Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up. Good morning. It's October 8th, a Tuesday, and pardons for the ominous music, but that's kind of the mood I'm in today. So we take a look at the Wyoming sunrise. Beautiful shot. That's captured by Barry Dampman. And Barry says it's a beautiful day in Niobrara County. I have no doubt. Look at that. Today's Wyoming sunrise from Barry Dampman. Beautiful day in Niobrara. Elsewhere in the Cowboy State, tracking a ton of stories on this Tuesday, including, of course, the Elk Fire. Northern lights light up northern Wyoming. Last night, got plenty of photos of that. Steamboat geyser blows. For the first time since July 15th, we have video. Social media is good for something. Cody Classifieds helped put a missing buckskin horse and back with its owner. He went on a little walkabout during a hunting trip, and letters to the editor, Richard Nielsen of Gillette, says Wyoming, wind turbines are an awful look for this state. That and many, many more, including the Cowboy State Daily newsletter. I hope you got it because that'll let you know what's going on this day, Tuesday in Wyoming. Jackrabbits, predatory animals? Maybe the ones with the horns are jackalopes. A Gillette man accused of stabbing a woman repeatedly will bring him into court to face Judge Jake. And meteorologist Don Day answers the claim from one congresswoman who maybe has gone around the bend a little bit, who says the government controls the weather. Okay, Don Day weighs in. First, let's get you started, get you informed. It's Wendy with the top of the hour news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, October 8th. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. From 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, Cowboy State Daily's Jake Nichols brings to life the latest news, weather, sports, and in-depth conversations that matter to you. Well, for the first time since the Elk Fire literally blew up overnight more than a week ago, prompting a laundry list of evacuations and threatening the rural northern Wyoming towns of Dayton and Parkman, firefighters are preparing to attack the 73,000-acre wildfire rather than react to it. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the weather conditions that had spurred on the blaze backed off enough Sunday to give the Rocky Mountain Incident Management Team more opportunity to get control of the situation.
Last report, they were 10% contained with it. Best of all, Monday afternoon, some of the evacuation orders were lifted for some of the areas where people had been told to go. Not all of them, some of them, which is a good sign when you start letting people go back home, and they've been gone for a week, some of them. So,
holding at about 73,000 acres, the fire remains very active. There are 680 people working to build breaks and lines around the fire, as well as clear out or burn any fuels within where safe to do so. Central Wyoming's only dedicated cancer center is at risk of having to shut down over a nearly $2 million dispute with an insurance company. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that the Rocky Mountain Oncology Center is claiming that health insurer Mountain Health Co-op is refusing to pay for $1.9 million in patient coverage, saying it overpaid that amount last year and is attempting to balance its books.
This is a huge hit for Rocky Mountain Oncology, so much so that they filed a lawsuit against Mountain Health on Friday to try to get a judge to force an injunction requiring that Mountain Health resume paying for its patients at the facility. Most importantly, in the lawsuit, Rocky Mountain Oncology argues that this could put them out of business, which would remove the only dedicated cancer center in central Wyoming.
The Oncology Center claims Mountain Health has committed breach of contract, breach of implied duty of good faith, and fair dealing. A Gillette man is in jail after police say he repeatedly stabbed a 30-year-old woman before eluding police for a day. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 31-year-old John Bosch has been charged with violent crimes before, as well as failed to appear for court, prompting the judge to set bail at $750,000.
What there is a prior felony conviction for strangulation of a household member. And so the rest of the criminal history that the prosecutor, Nathan Hankey's, rattled off wasn't as violent. It was like DUI, property destruction. There was an unlawful contact, which can be, oh, I slapped you. Speaking for himself, he said, well, I actually turned myself in. Whereas the prosecutor countered, pointing to this strangulation and pointing out that he had fled in the first place, and also pointing to the violence of the crime alleged, which was a repeated stabbing of a woman's arms and torso.
His preliminary hearing is set for October 15th. Jaron Fry of Evanston is one of the many truck drivers who've responded to Hurricane Helene-affected areas to bring in much-needed fuel. To find his truck amid the hundreds, if not thousands, of relief trucks that are flowing into the south, all you have to do is look for the Wyoming state flag. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that how Fry came by that flag while in South Carolina is one that shows the Cowboy State's generous and giving spirit.
He's looking for places that have Wyoming flags. They're all closed. It's the weekend. Someone from Wyoming in Evanston called him to check on him. And as he's talking to her, he finds out her daughter lives a couple hours north of where he's stationed. So he gives her a call to check on her. And he asks her, oh, hey, by the way, is there a flag store where I could go buy a flag? Next thing he knows, he's getting a text from her. I ordered one from Amazon for you. It'll be here tomorrow.
Fry said several of the other truck drivers are quite jealous of his Wyoming flag. They're wishing they had the kind of network from back home that would lead to someone local bringing them a state flag to fly. The massive elk fire in the Bighorn Mountains near the towns of Dayton and Parkman is aptly named because it's roasting some of Wyoming's best elk habitat. Prominent Wyoming outdoorsman Guy Eastman told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that while the elk themselves should be fine, they bailed down off the mountains ahead of the blaze, the fire has likely ruined the season for hunters.
It sounds like hunting seasons are pretty much done, at least in those couple of elk hunt areas and deer hunting areas that are affected, that are within that 73,000 acres. They come down to the lowlands anyway during a normal year, but they're just doing it 2 to 3 weeks early this year because the fire pushed them down. And what that means is the elk are all down low on private land, so the hunters aren't going to be able to get to them. And from a habitat perspective, it's actually good news because the burn areas should see some rich new growth in the spring, so the elk will have plenty to eat.
Hunters who drew tags for the affected elk and deer hunting areas might be able to get refunds or have those tags rolled over into the 2025 seasons, according to Wyoming Game and Fish. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
There might be a few sprinkles later this afternoon and evening along the Colorado-Wyoming border and maybe near the border with Utah, but that's the best we can do for you in terms of bringing any chance of rain to the Cowboy State. We're going to continue with this warm, dry weather for a bit longer, for another week or so, although we might see a little bit of shower activity in the far western parts of the state this weekend. That's something to keep an eye on. Otherwise, more warm, dry October weather for most of you for a few more days at least.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 20 seconds with more news.
When we say community is the heart of Hilltop, we're talking about a team of bankers committed to improving the place we call home. A team that shows up every day to help businesses thrive and gives back to our neighbors through time, attention, and service. We're inspired by the way our bankers give back because that's one of the many qualities that makes us truly a community bank. Hilltop Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Former Casper Police Department detectives Shannon Daly and Carrie Patrick sued Casper Police Chief Keith McFeeters, and the city of Casper 2 years ago. On Monday, a lawsuit settlement agreement was released to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland, awarding $200,000 to the two female detectives who accused their boss of failing to fire a male detective whom they called sexually inappropriate and retaliatory.
They sued in 2022, alleging that Chief McFeeters had allowed a hostile workplace to foment, essentially. And they blamed this on a detective who actually wasn't sued, but was a huge part of the allegations. Detective Chase Nash. They said that he would comment on his own genitalia and brag about the size and that sort of thing. I did talk to Chase Nash today, and he said this is not true. I actually wasn't the problem. They took my comments out of context, and he said that Daly, conversely, was the one who was inappropriate.
Neither McFeeters nor the city of Casper admitted to any wrongdoing, saying that they merely settled the case to save the taxpayers' money, avoid the delay and expense of trial, and prevent future litigation. Advances in technology have developed at a rapid rate over the last few years, but not so much that it gives humans the ability to control the weather. U.S. House Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, however, seemed to suggest that she believes the U.S. government has that capacity. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson spoke to Wyoming meteorologist Don Day, who said humans are a long way from being able to create the sheer energy and scale needed to instantaneously spawn a hurricane or a tornado.
Greene was making these comments in response to the recent hurricane that swept through the southeast of the United States, causing extreme devastation as a result. And she was alluding to the fact that she believes that this was caused by the federal government as a way of influencing the upcoming 2024 presidential election. There's kind of always a grain of salt to almost every conspiracy theory or almost anything you hear. And in this case, the grain of salt is that there are lab experiments and research projects underway seeing how humans can affect the weather and what they can purposely do to cause weather events.
Day said he often gets people on both sides of the aisle reaching out to him to try and push him to push a political narrative within his weather reports. The classification of jackrabbits in Wyoming as predatory animals, the same classification as coyotes and wolves in most of the state, might cause some to do a double take. Don't worry, that doesn't mean there are vicious carnivorous hares lurking in the sagebrush and devastating livestock herds. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the term predatory is essentially a catch-all classification for animals that might become a threat or a nuisance, particularly to agriculture.
They're big, they eat a lot, they like to gobble up a lot of crops, they can procreate prolifically. I talked to some people that said in times past, jackrabbits used to be really bad. Like if you can imagine a swarm of jackrabbits gobbling up your crops. We haven't seen that in recent years, but they remain a predatory animal in Wyoming. And that basically means that they can be shot anywhere, anytime, no license, no bag limit, because they have that potential to just come in and gobble everything up.
To add another layer of complexity, jackrabbits and cottontail rabbits are also classified differently. Jackrabbits are hares, not true rabbits, as cottontails are. And Cowboy State Daily's ever-expanding newsroom includes two new members who are making immediate impacts behind the scenes. Justin George has been named our news editor, coming to us from the Washington Post. Justin, who was nominated for a Pulitzer Prize while working for the Baltimore Sun, says he's glad to be back in the Mountain West where he was born and raised.
It's a completely different perspective. I mean, when you've been covering things like the Baltimore Police Department crime there and the Department of Justice and very serious, sort of weighty matters, it's kind of fun to read stories about wildlife, about grizzlies, about, things like that. I think it's important for journalists to have a different perspective, living in different places and understanding the population so you get a better understanding of America overall.
Cowboy State Daily's new chief videographer is Riley Strand. Besides editing this daily newscast, Riley will be telling stories of Wyoming through the lens of a camera. He says working for Cowboy State Daily offers him exciting opportunities.
So I think what excites me most about working for Cowboy State Daily is, one, just being able to tell visual stories in a state that has kind of an abundance abundance of really great visual stories. And two, being part of an organization, a media organization that's really pushing the limits of what modern journalism looks like, which is really needed right now in places like the state of Wyoming.
And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel. And don't forget to drop in on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake Nichols, Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Come with me now as we're in the deep woods of what? Well, that was short. I need something longer. We're hunting elk in Wyoming. Suddenly, a branch snaps up ahead. What is it? A grizzly bear? A wolf? Mountain lion? Or jackrabbit? Predatory animal. I'm going to circle back with that. We might have to talk to Mark Hines to get a better understanding of how Wyoming classifies jackrabbits as a predatory animal. Your garden is not safe. Meanwhile, welcome aboard Justin George, our new news editor. He comes from Baltimore, the Baltimore area, where I just read Baltimore is the most crime-riddled city in the U.S. Memphis is right up there. Memphis is just become a cesspool. And I'm sorry for those of you in Memphis, but ever since Elvis left, Memphis is a dump. I've been there. Back when it was just on the verge of going from, kind of crime to full-out crime. Memphis is number 2 most crime-riddled city in the U.S. Detroit, yeah, don't worry. You made the list. You're right up there in the top 5 or something like that. And these are crime-riddled cities in the world, actually, I was reading. So the U.S. didn't have one in the top 5 in the world. Those distinctions belong to some city, Cape Town, in the continent of Africa is in the top 3, I think. But top U.S. city, most dangerous, crimey, whatever, however you want to classify it, Baltimore. So I'm glad Justin George got out of there and came to safe Wyoming, where the only thing we have to worry about is that rabbit, that wascally wabbit. It's looking to get you. Steamboat Geyser blew for the first time since July 15th. I was in Yellowstone. And by the way, Steamboat is the biggest geyser as far as when it blows. How big is it? If Old Faithful hit near 200, sometimes a touch over as far as feet. I'm pretty sure, I'm doing this by memory. I think Old Faithful will blow like 180 feet in the air. On average, let's say 200. Give it a good day. Steamboat's more like 300 feet when it pops. It's the biggest geyser in Yellowstone of any regularity. Now, there may be one that goes off that shoots 500 feet. There may be one that goes off that ends life as we know it in Yellowstone. But of the geysers we can expect to go off with any kind of predictability or regularity, Steamboat's the biggest. And there was recent activity in Biscuit Basin which tipped off officials to say, we think Steamboat's going to go. And Steamboat, by the way, had been pretty rare that you would see it go off. Very rare, actually. And then just lately, within the last year or two, Steamboat's been going off about 4 times a year, which is increased activity for Steamboat Geyser. So enough so that, you can expect it to go off 4 times a year. That's every how many months? Oh, my math is just awful. My math teachers are probably, I hope they're not watching. I can't even do that kind of division early. I mean, it's 6:21 in the morning. If a steamboat goes off 4 times a year, I'm giving myself a migraine. That means it goes off once every 3 months, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, something like that, which is kind of about right. The last time Steamboat blew was July 15th. And big thank you to, why can't I get Steamboat to come up here? Big thanks to Jill Valley, who caught Steamboat going off. Now, we is going off in this joint. Let me see if I can make it happen. Probably, maybe not. Click exit full screen. I don't want to exit the full screen. I want to show us. Here's the geyser. And I think it has sound. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Ooh, doggy. Yeah, buddy. That's Steamboat Geyser blowing its top for the first time since July 15th. Thank you, Jill Valley, for the video she posted on Facebook. Pretty cool. That does not happen very often. The last time I was in Yellowstone, it was over the summer. I want to say August. It's sometime. And we went to go see Steamboat. And Steamboat was just, kind of bubbling, cooking, doing what it does, like making you think it's going to go. And there were Steamboat Geyser fan club. I mean, there were people standing Steamboat, big time fan club that come with their chairs. And I'll bet, come every day. They drive in from West Yellowstone every day, and they set down their chair from our front row seat and they wait for this thing to go. They got their cameras ready. And there was one guy in particular, I hope he was there to catch this, because he gave you the feeling he was there camped out like he was waiting for Woodstock to get going. Like Bonnaroo, he was ready. Like he was at Target. He was out at the Super Walmart on Thursday morning for Black Friday. Like he was waiting. He's got his thermos, a couple of thermoses, a cooler, his chair. He's tailgating Steamboat really hard. And he's waiting for that thing to go. And I just hope he was there. Can you imagine if he went for a pee break? I mean, this thing goes once every, as we just discussed, 3 months. And this poor guy was like, when I saw him, he had the look of someone who had been there for a while. I just hope he saw it. Yeah, Steamboat goes off. So what does that mean for us? Because we got northern lights that were ripping pretty good last night. I know folks in Montana got some great photos. And people in northern Wyoming got some great photos of northern lights. Greg Wise up there in Powell. Beautiful photos on his Facebook page. Nice job, Greg. It's funny because photographers will tell you that sometimes you don't see it with the natural eye, or it doesn't look that impressive. And then you just trust. You have faith in your Nikon. You have faith in your Canon. And you just point and you click. And then you look. And if you have the right settings on your camera, you're like, wow, Northern Lights. There they are. Sometimes you don't see them, or they don't look that impressive with the naked eye. But some great photos. Greg Wise got some great photos of Northern Lights. They were going pretty good, going gangbusters yesterday in the north part of the state. Definitely Montana. So you got a geyser blowing. You got Northern Lights happening. And you got Hurricane Milton. Herbert. What's the name of that hurricane? This thing looks bad. All the forecasters that I'm reading about, including Jim Huckabee, who posted this meme that I'm showing right now, say that this one could be trouble. This one might be a problem. Is it, now I got to go find out the name of this hurricane. Well, it's Hurricane du jour. Like, which one is it this time? Oh, it is Hurricane Milton Tracker. We already have a tracker. So this one's going backwards. Latest headlines I'm reading. Category 4 Milton poses extremely serious threat to Florida. Could upgrade to a Cat 5. Projected path of Cat 5, Hurricane Milton. And it's starting in the Gulf and heading back out to the Atlantic, which is weird because obviously we all are familiar with hurricanes that start in the Atlantic, kind of make a beeline towards the Carolinas and Florida, which weakens them going over land. Then they go in the Gulf and they pick up a little more steam maybe, and they head for Galveston. All good hurricanes know to head to Galveston, Texas. Oh, yeah. What's that song? It's a Galveston song, right? Galveston. Wait. Galveston has a history of hurricane activity. Yeah. Dark eyes glowing, Galveston, oh, Galveston. Here comes another hurricane. Yeah. That's Glenn Campbell. Oh, I woke the wife up. Sorry. Just singing some Glenn Campbell. There's Milton is not coming to Galveston. Don't get excited, Galveston. Calm down. Threat level 0. Florida, meanwhile, threat level midnight. Yeah, Milton is heading for Florida, the west coast of Florida. And, the odd nature. Now, obviously, this follows the hurricane that just hit Carolina. And by the way, we have a fantastic, you're going to love this. We have a fantastic story about how Wyoming factors into the relief efforts in Carolina for the hurricane. Really cool story. So Wyoming, with the Wyoming flag, with Wyoming expats banding together. It's got everything. Renee Jean has the story, and I want to get her on. I shot her an email, but, nobody's up at 6 like me. So we'll see. But just a fantastic story coming up. But with the hurricane that we just had, and now another one that's going, we can take the meme off now. And with the other one that's going backwards, it's got some people wondering what's going on with weather. Northern Lights, the Steamboat Geyser and Basin blowing, and Hurricane Milton going backwards. It comes in threes. What do I have some? Probably has some. No, I don't want a girl screaming. I want something like scary, like what's going on. Yeah, there we go. This sounds like. Does this sound like you just turned on NPR over the weekend and hearing one of their documentaries? So the hurricane, and you know how NPR goes, you know, they must go to a school to figure out how to broadcast all the same way. Hurricane Milton didn't learn how to behave. Hurricane Milton was backwards in every way. Galveston was nervous, but Milton was bidding adios to Galveston. Yeah, I think there's weird things happening. And Senator March, see, I'm not political, so I don't know her, but I think she's kind of like, woo! I think. Every time I read about her in the news, and again, I don't know if you're a fan of her, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congresswoman. Did I call her a senator? Congresswoman. I don't know her, but I do see her in the headlines a lot. And every time I see her in the headlines, it's about something just wacko. So this story from our own Leo Wolfson, Wyoming meteorologist Don Day says he's skeptical of any kind of claim that weather is controlled by the government. Marjorie, we got to fit you for your tinfoil cap right now. What size are you? Let me get my Google Voice thing out of the way. There. So, yeah, good job by Leo to find a big national story. Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is looking at the devastation of left in the wake of what hurricane did the damage there, and I don't know the name of it. If Ron Milton, then it had to be a hurricane it had to be a girl hurricane, right? With a first name with an L. I don't even know, but whatever hurricane that was, Marjorie Taylor Greene says she thinks the government's doing it. She is the government. So she ought to know, right? But, you know, I'm not sure your average U.S. House rep is given keys to D.C. I'm not sure you have full carte blanche to walk around the White House, especially into the back rooms where weather is being controlled. But she believes the U.S. government has the capacity to control weather. Don Day says, posh. Pah! Actually made something stronger than that, but nothing we can print. In a social media post, and Marjorie Taylor Greene has 1.2 million X followers. That's Twitter for Jimmy Orr and the rest of the world who refuses to move into the age where we're just going to call Twitter X. I think Elon Musk is having an easier time transitioning Twitter to X than Zuckerberg is having transitioning Facebook to Meta. I just cannot say Meta. It's Facebook. It's always going to be Facebook. It's not Meta. I can do X. X sounds cool. Maybe better than Twitter. But Marjorie Taylor Greene wrote for her 1.2 million X followers, yes, they can control the weather. It's ridiculous for anyone to lie and say it can't be done. Given a chance to walk that back, Marjorie Taylor Greene doubled down with a follow-up post the next day. And Yeah, she's pretty convinced that the government is meddling with weather, creating hurricanes for I'm not sure why, and our own Leo Wolfson had to get Wyoming's take on it. And he asked Don Day, who's was more than happy to weigh in. He said he's extremely skeptical about Green's claim and said many people don't understand how much energy it takes to control the weather. I mean, weather's a big thing. There's some debate whether, smokestacks and us idling our diesels outside of the Maverick are altering weather, because weather's huge, man. Weather's global. And are we really able to influence weather to any degree? Is the government able to create weather to any degree? Don Day says probably not. Kind of feels like weather and the climate becomes a political punching bag for people on both sides of the aisle. Near election season, it's not helpful. And that's what drives this whole thing. It's election season, so we got to get all excited about government and what they're doing. And
Advances in technology have developed at a rapid rate over the last few years, but not so much that it gives humans the ability to control the weather. U.S. House Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, however, seems to suggest that she believes the U.S. government has that capacity. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson spoke to Wyoming meteorologist Don Day, who said humans are a long way from being able to create the sheer energy and scale needed to instantaneously spawn a hurricane or a tornado.
Greene was making these comments in response to the recent hurricane that swept through the southeast of the United States, causing extreme devastation as a result. And she was alluding to the fact that she believes that this was caused by the federal government as a way of influencing the upcoming 2024 presidential election. It's kind of always a grain of salt to almost every conspiracy theory or almost anything you hear. And in this case, the grain of salt is that there are lab experiments and research projects underway seeing how humans can affect the weather and what they can purposely do to cause weather events.
Day said he often gets people on both sides of the aisle reaching out to him to try and push him to push a political narrative within his weather reports.
Kind of weird. Can government control? Government can't even get out of its own way. The idea that government can control weather is wrong. Marjorie Taylor Greene says our government is cooking up these hurricanes in a lab somewhat. Wrong. Sit down. Will the representative from Georgia please sit down? Thank you. I'm not sure why I did the air horn. I don't think we're making weather. Now, the government, it's certainly cloud seeding is a thing. We do that. Wyoming does that. And that's taking advantage of existing weather patterns anyway and kind of juicing some clouds. Yeah, we can do that to some degree. But to manufacture a hurricane like that, I don't, I'm thinking not. However, did the government cause Steamboat Geyser to go off? Now that I might be willing to entertain that idea. Let's take a quick break. I got to tee up our next story. We're going to read a letter to the editor of Cowboy State Daily, a letter to Cowboy State Daily regarding wind turbines. I'd be interested to know where you stand, Wyoming, on the whole wind turbine thing. We'll be right back with Yeah, we're back from break, and I want to give a shout out to this gentleman from Gillette, Richard Nielsen, who said these wind turbines that you come across seemingly everywhere now in Wyoming, anywhere the wind blows, which you heard Don Day say the other day is everywhere in Wyoming. We know that. We live here. But a great letter to the editor starts out, "It is heartbreaking and just plain wrong." He talks about remembering what it was like to drive across the state when it was just pure Wyoming, just brown and gold, and that was Wyoming. And now this is Wyoming. I'm showing you a photo that came with letter to the editor, and Wyoming has become so much symbolic of this photo, actually. Wind turbines capturing energy up there on the ridge, and truckers bringing us stuff that we ordered. That's so Wyoming. Stereotypical. I mean, Wyoming's rodeo. Wyoming's a lot of things, but in many ways, Wyoming is this photo. 80% of your drive across Wyoming kind of captures this. Some trucker in his Peterbilt bringing your Amazon order to the front walk. Actually, he's got to bring it to UPS. Then they bring it to you. Yeah. Letter to the editor. Wind turbines are destroying Wyoming. What used to be a beautiful drive across an expanse of high desert wilderness is now almost seeming. I'm not sure that's good English, but it's good turn of phrase here. Nice poetic statement. What used to be a beautiful drive across the high desert wilderness has now become a drive through white towers, hoisting up giant bird-killing whirligigs. Well put. Sign that man up. Richard Nielsen out of Gillette. He should be our next Cowboy State Daily writer. Yeah, wind turbines. I don't know. I mean, what do you folks think about wind turbines? 307-999-TALK to get on the show. Anybody up this early? 307-999-8255. Wind turbines. Yeah. I mean, it's clean, renewable energy. There's plenty of wind in Wyoming. And if wind equals energy, I mean, why wouldn't you? Because the wind's going to continue to blow. It's like sun. I just saw some new solar panel arrays somewhere on the drive. I want to say Highway 357, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming. Had a bunch of solar panels. So we're capturing sun. That's probably a good thing. There's a lot of good sunny days in Wyoming. And wind, man, we got enough wind. Sure enough. So winter, I mean, they don't look great. Here's what I'm worried about. Supposedly, and this is all anecdotal, but supposedly these things have a short lifespan, and when the wind turbine is dead and no longer useful, there's nowhere to put the blades. Like, we just bury them somewhere. It's like almost as bad as uranium. What do you do with the spent uranium after the nuke plant is done using it up? You send it to Nevada. So maybe we can send all our wind turbine blades to Nevada. But yeah, supposedly they're difficult. I mean, you can't recycle them. What can you do with them? They're gigantic. They have no use in the afterlife unless somebody comes up with one. Maybe some genius will figure out a use for them. But other than that, they're an eyesore, right? And there's nowhere to put them. And there is evidence, some studies showing that they do kill birds. Now, I find it hard to believe. I mean, I've seen these things moving even at top speed, even when the wind is just funneling through. They're not that fast spinning. It's not like, it's not like a fan in Georgia in the summer when you're trying to cool down. I mean, they don't spin that fast. Seriously, the eagle that gets knocked out by a wind turbine probably needed to be removed from the population anyway. Let's face it. I mean, if you're a dumb enough raptor to get conked out by a gigantic wind turbine going this slow, I mean, how can you not see that? Eagle. You got eagle eyes from a mile up there. You can see a little vole moving on the ground. You can't get out of the way of a wind turbine? I don't know about those studies. But yeah, these are bird killers. There's nowhere to put them when they're done being used. And how much energy do they really produce? That's a $1 million question. That's what I would like to know. Do you know? Are you a wind turbine expert? Get on the blower and tell me how much energy one wind turbine produces. 307-999-TALK. 307-999-8255. Get on the horn and tell me if you seriously know what your average wind turbine can do. Can one wind turbine power Du Bois? 2 wind turbines power Du Bois? Or does it take like 50 wind turbines to power Du Bois? So how much energy are they really pumping out? Then I could make an informed decision about how ugly they look on the landscape compared to how good they're doing. I'll sacrifice 3 Osprey and a Golden Eagle for one turbine that can power Matizzi, for instance. We can do some real math if we just knew some answers. Yeah. I would love to speak with one of our editors, like Greg Johnson, who is following these fires. We had word late yesterday that Union Pass was closed, and then Sublette County, I believe, chimed in and said, well, actually not the road, which is confusing. So Union Pass, if you've ever been there, is a way to take, it's essentially the back road of back roads. Obviously not paved, dirt road, pretty good to start. It starts in Du Nord, right outside of Du Bois. And it goes from Du Nord, or essentially Du Bois, to, I mean, you can get all the way to Pinedale, honestly, on this back road on Union Pass. If you drove something that you didn't care about, with pretty good shocks, you can do a 4-wheeler. You can definitely do a KTM. You can definitely motorcycle on Union Pass all the way from Du Bois to Pinedale on the back roads. So the fire, Elk Fire, not Elk Fire, the other one, Pack Trail Fire, is kind of backing up into northern Grovant Wilderness area and has forced the closure of Union Pass, according to one press release. And then I saw a follow-up saying, well, that doesn't include Union Pass Road. The road is still traversable. And that didn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, Union Pass, the pass is the road. Is it closed? Is it not closed? It's probably open, I would guess. I don't want to send you in there and get you burned up, but it's probably open for the summer homes in the Du Nord area. So if you're just outside of Du Bois, there's a lot of summer homes up in there. And that place is ripe to burn one of these days as well. A lot of timber in there and a lot of beetle kill. But I'm bet you can access your home, and I think the further you go in Union Pass, starting in DuBois and heading west, I think the further you go, the more you start getting toward the teeth of the fire, so to speak, of the Pack Trail fire. So I don't know if that clarifies anything. That's the Pack Trail fire that's burning on Togetty Pass. Meanwhile, Elk Fire, you heard Wendy say, top of the hour news, the firefighters are eager to start going on the offensive and getting after this thing. 73,000 acres, not a big increase in movement, not a lot of activity overnight, which is good news. And Greg, boy, look at this photo. I'm going to get you in on this story right here. That's there's photos coming out of this fire are just amazing. That's a photo taken from a group of people watching the ribbon burn. They're near Dayton and Parkman. So yeah, overnight the fire laid down a little bit, and so the idea is firefighters think they can start doing some things that put them more on the offensive rather than just react. The strong winds calm down for a few days, so they might be able to do a little bit more firefighting and a little bit less just babysitting this thing. You know, I watch these bucket drops from helicopters, and they can't do much. They can't. I mean, it's a bucket of water dropped from a helicopter, and you see this raging fire underneath the helicopter, like a huge fire all over the place. Just fire, 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 smoke, smoke, smoke. And this guy drops what amounts to a drop, just a drip, like maybe could put out one or two trees. I can't imagine that's very effective. The slurry bombing, I could see the retardant can slow stuff, but you are not dropping enough water on this fire to put it out, ever. Not going to happen, humans. I don't want to tell firefighters what to do, but I just can't see the benefit to that at all. Greg Johnson speaks about the Elk Fire and firefighters ready to hopefully try to attack this thing because you don't have those gusts that we had last weekend. Things are calmed a little bit weather-wise.
Well, for the first time since the Elk Fire literally blew up overnight more than a week ago, prompting a laundry list of evacuations and threatening the rural northern Wyoming towns of Dayton and Parkman, firefighters are preparing to attack the 73,000-acre wildfire rather than react to it. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the weather conditions that had spurred on the blaze backed off enough Sunday to give the Rocky Mountain Incident Management Team more opportunity to get control of the situation.
Last report, they were 10% contained with it. Best of all, Monday afternoon, some of the evacuation orders were lifted for some of the areas where people had been told to go. Not all of them, some of them, which is a good sign when you start letting people go back home. And they've been gone for a week, some of them. So
holding at about 73,000 acres, the fire remains very active. There are 680 people working to build breaks and lines around the fire, as well as clear out or burn any fuels within where safe to do so.
Wow, 680 personnel now on that fire. There were 200 just about a week ago. So they certainly have the manpower to get after this fire. But, you know, Mother Nature always has the upper hand. It's just so big, unprecedented fire that we're seeing. Good story from Greg Johnson, who manages to get some great quotes from another Johnson, the Bighorn National Forest Supervisor, Andrew Johnson. Great quotes from him. He said, "I'm sick of being on the defensive. We're ready to go on the offense. We're seeing unprecedented weather conditions for this time of year, leading to unprecedented fire behavior. Case in point, in the last 100 years, the largest wildfire we've had on the Bighorn was about 18,000 acres. And that fire, going back to that one, took about a month to get that big. The Elk Fire grew 25,000 acres in a matter of hours the other day. So we're talking about just a whole different kind of fire, a whole different kind of year. And it is pretty rare that we're talking about wildfires after the first week of October. You know, if you're wondering, if you're not from Wyoming, wildfire activity typically comes late to Wyoming because, you know, high elevation, we're colder, the grasses don't cure until August. So August is when the fire activity usually picks up, September for sure. And then by October, you can usually count on weather to put a blanket on it. But right now, Don Day is not behaving. I mean, no, Don, it's not you. Don's not going to join us in the 7 o'clock hour because I've made him so angry by blaming him for the wildfires. He's taking a hiatus for a day. Actually, he's still doing balloon stuff down in Albuquerque. Must be nice, Don. Take a little weatherman's holiday down there, forecasting weather for balloons in Arizona. Wait, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Is that where he is? Somewhere down south. I mean, I can forecast the weather for for hot air balloons from my desk here. Let's take a look at the weather forecast. Actually, I'm going to show you what we're looking at, current conditions, and then we'll get to almost to the top of the hour here, 7 o'clock. We'll get to Wendy's news in just a second. But right now, here's what we're seeing across the state. And you heard Don at the top of this hour, Don Day say maybe some sprinkles down there, southern Wyoming, right on the Colorado border. Maybe. As we look at current temps around the state, 45 in Cody, you're 24 in Afton. Midwest, you're 38. Good place to fuel up, by the way, in Midwest. They got cheap diesel. Worland, you're 39, 46 in Wheatland, 50 in Cheyenne, and 37 degrees in Hanna, Wyoming. 40 in Riverton. Heading for highs today in the 70s. Once again, just Groundhog Day over and over. Pretty much dry. Warm conditions, winds not too awful, and no precipitation in sight. That's the problem. Maybe a few sprinkles way down there at the Colorado-Wyoming border. Wendy's got top of the hour news, and we'll be right back in the 7 o'clock hour with a whole bunch more, including, I love this story about Evanston firefighter who is helping out with the hurricane before Milton that wrecked Carolina. I'll tee that up for you because that is a really cool story. We'll do that right after Wendy.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, October 8th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. For the first time since the Elk Fire literally blew up overnight more than a week ago, threatening the rural northern Wyoming towns of Dayton and Parkman, firefighters are preparing to attack the 73,000-acre wildfire rather than react to it. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the weather conditions that had spurred on the blaze backed off enough Sunday to give firefighters more opportunity to get control of the situation.
Last report, they were 10% contained with it. Best of all, Monday afternoon, some of the evacuation orders were lifted for some of the areas where people had been told to go.
The fire remains very active. There are 680 people working to build breaks and lines around the fire, as well as clear out or burn any fuels within where safe to do so. Central Wyoming's only dedicated cancer center is at risk of having to shut down over a nearly $2 million dispute with an insurance company. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that the Rocky Mountain Oncology Center is claiming that health insurer Mountain Health Co-op is refusing to pay for $1.9 million in patient coverage, saying it overpaid that amount last year and is attempting to balance its books.
This is a huge hit for Rocky Mountain Oncology, so much so that they filed a lawsuit against Mountain Health on Friday to try to get a judge to force an injunction requiring that Mountain Health resume paying for its patients at the facility. Most importantly, in the lawsuit, Rocky Mountain Oncology argues that this could put them out of business.
The Oncology Center claims Mountain Health has committed breach of contract, breach of implied duty of good faith, and fair dealing. A Gillette man is in jail after police say he repeatedly stabbed a 30-year-old woman before eluding police for a day. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 31-year-old John Bosch has been charged with violent crimes before, as well as failed to appear for court, prompting the judge to set bail at $750,000.
What there is a prior felony conviction for strangulation of a household member. He said, well, I actually turned myself in, whereas the prosecutor countered, pointing to the strangulation and pointing out that he had fled in the first place, and also pointing to the violence of the crime alleged, which was.
Preliminary hearing is set for October 15th. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
The massive elk fire in the Bighorn Mountains is aptly named because it's roasting some of Wyoming's best elk habitat. Prominent Wyoming outdoorsman Guy Eastman told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that while the elk themselves should be fine, they bailed down off the mountains ahead of the blaze. The fire has likely ruined the season for hunters.
They come down to the lowlands anyway during a normal year, but they're just doing it 2 to 3 weeks early this year because the fire pushed them down. And what that means is the elk are all down low on private land, so the hunters aren't going to be able to get to them. From a habitat perspective, it's actually good news because the burn areas should see some rich new growth in the spring, so the elk will have plenty to eat.
Hunters who drew tags for the affected elk and deer hunting areas might be able to get refunds or have those tags rolled over into the 2025 seasons, according to Wyoming Game and Fish. And Jaron Fry of Evanston is one of the many truck drivers who've responded to Hurricane Helene affected areas to bring in much needed fuel. But Fry's truck is easy to find amid the hundreds of relief trucks. He told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that while in South Carolina, a friend helped him get a Wyoming flag that he proudly displays on his vehicle.
He's looking for places that have Wyoming flags. They're all closed. It's the weekend. Someone from Wyoming in Evanston called him to check on him. And as he's talking to her, he finds out her daughter lives a couple hours north of where he's stationed. So he gives her a call to check on her. And he asks her, oh, hey, by the way, is there a flag store where I could go buy a flag? Next thing he knows, he's getting a text from her. I ordered one from Amazon for you. It'll be here tomorrow.
Fry said several of the other truck drivers said they wish they had the kind of network from back home that would lead to someone local bringing them a state flag to fly. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Back live, Cowboy State Daily morning show with Jake, 7:05 on this Tuesday. And I do want to quickly get to that story here that Renee Jean wrote. Fantastic story about hurricane relief and how Wyoming ties into that. Way out there in Carolina. Which Carolina was hit by the hurricane? North or south? I reckon I could figure that out here pretty quick. But before we do that, I think we need to go to court. Yeah. We need to go to court. It's time for Judge Jake to weigh in. Judge, try to get my wig on here straight. We are going to try not one, but 2 cases coming before Judge Jake this morning. Both cases involve alleged criminals allegedly named Stetson. Actually, they are named Stetson. That's not alleged. Yeah, it's so weird. Both these guys. John Bosch, his middle name is Stetson, will come before the bench. Bailiff Rusty, what is the case before me?
Your Honor, we have John Stetson Bosch.
Guilty! Guilty!
Why is he guilty, or you haven't even heard the case, Judge?
Because his name is Stetson. Guilty! Here he is. Let's give him his 15 seconds of fame. Judge Jake will decide. This man with a 2023 Harley Davidson, pretty sweet, right? He's got a nice hog. Yeah, problem is this 30-year-old stabbed his girlfriend, allegedly. I don't even know if it was his girlfriend. You know, ladies, you can't take up with guys like this. This should not be a surprise. I mean, there's his trailer house up on Jack's, and he's got a 23 bike. So here's his priorities. He's living in a... This place does not look super nice. And, you know, we all struggle with housing. We all got to live somewhere. But this photo tells Judge Jake all he needs to know. The guy's got a sweet bike, and he's put zero money into his window frames, as you can see. Not that that makes you a criminal. What makes you a criminal is stabbing someone. That's not allowed. Police say in Gillette, John Bosch repeatedly stabbed a 30-year-old woman in her torso. Guilty. Bosch told the court he had been convicted of aggravated assault, a felony, by the way, 5 years prior. So it's not the first time. 5 years ago, felony assault, he choked out his girlfriend. Now he's moved from choking to stabbing. And yeah, I see no reason why we do not. Rusty,
The case before you.
I got to stop that from feeding back. I don't know how to do that.
The case before you is John Stetson Bosch.
Guilty. Middle name Stetson. Here's why, because we go to this story from the Gillette News Record. Man who shot at two women who criticized his driving. Allegedly. This guy, I guess, picked up a couple of women from the bar. They needed a ride home. This story is also out of Gillette. Gillette is fast overtaking Rock Springs as the armpit of Wyoming. There's just so much riffraff, and there always has been. Gillette's full of people that Michigan didn't want that come down and work the oil fields. They come down and work the patch. And the first thing they do when they get to Wyoming from Michigan, and again, I'm stereotyping, but everybody knows it's true from Gillette, when the oil fields booming, they hire outsiders from Michigan. The first thing they do when they get to Wyoming is buy themselves an AK-47, and they go out on the oil field and they gun down a bunch of pronghorn. First thing they do. Oh, I'm still in Judge Jake. I didn't realize that. So, yeah, Gillette, you got to get it together, man. This guy, this happened back in March, pleaded guilty, and he's now been sentenced. Maybe I'm going to sentence him. Yeah, he pleads guilty. He gave 2 women a ride, and he was driving so crappy that the woman, he was driving very poorly, nearly crashed, according to an affidavit. And then finally, when he let the 2 women out, they were angry. They said, "Your driving sucks." Allegedly, paraphrasing. He got mad, pulled out a gun, and fired a shot down at their feet, like right between them. Drew a handgun from a holster, fired into the ground between the 2 women, then ran home. Oh, you're off to a glorious criminal career. His name is Stetson, of course, or we wouldn't be talking about him. Stetson Neoff. Police checked out the story, found the bullet hole in the ground. It was pretty obvious, even though Stetson said he didn't do anything. Police found the gun. It was reported stolen. And somehow this guy gets a plea deal. Guilty to possession of a deadly weapon with unlawful intent. I don't know what the sentence might be for that, but that was amended down from aggravated assault. The theft of the gun was also dismissed as part of the plea agreement. But if he comes to Judge Jake, Rusty, what's the case?
We have Stetson Neoff.
Guilty. Stetson. I already know. Choking and stabbing women is never okay, boys. Never. Shooting at them is never okay, gentlemen. That's not how we behave in society, and certainly not in Wyoming. Should I have to explain this? I don't think so. All right, we got to get to this really fun story, though. By the way, Claire McFarland had that story of the man accused of stabbing a woman. That incident sparked a one-day manhunt, and that Gillette man, John Stetson Baash, previously convicted of strangulating a household member, has now moved on to stabbing household members. Stabbing, as I indicate. Yeah, Claire McFarland had that story. How Claire is able to do these stories and then go home to her kids, I don't know. Oh, she's got another story that we got to talk about here later. But first, I need a feel-good story, and that comes from the South Carolina hurricane relief efforts and why the Wyoming flag is flying in South Carolina. What does it all mean? And it's not just that. The story has so many twists and turns. It's really fun. Stay right there. I'm going to see if I can get Renee. If I can't, we'll do the story without her. No big deal. Let's take a quick break, and I'm coming back with this fun, feel-good. Was a short break. I need a longer break than that. I don't know if we're gonna. Oh, that's weird. Why am I? Yeah, I don't know why I'm up there in the corner. What have I done to myself? I'm gonna have to fix that. Obviously, we're gonna have to work on that. That should not be happening. Very odd. Let me see if it's because of what I'm doing on Zoom. It shouldn't be. Sorry. It's the visual element of this show that's causing me to start to be angry. And I am going to go full Stetson in a minute. Seriously, things were. And I'm not sure why. But our managing editor, Cowboy State Daily, Greg Johnson, is going to join us here in a moment because he's going to fill in for the Don Day weather time slot. All right, let me try to fix this. Okay, so if you are, my old computer, I wanted to drop a pumpkin on it. This one, I've got other designs for. That looks like it's all wide and stretched out. That looks bad. Yeah, remember that episode? Remember the movie, The Office? Not the TV show, the movie. Well, that's not much better, but it's gonna have to do for now. Movie, when they take that printer, they all hate the printer in the movie The Office, and they bring it outside and beat the tar out of it. That's about what we're getting to here in a minute. Hopefully Greg Johnson will join us in a minute. Hopefully I can fix my whack. Oh, this all happened. Oh, I know why, maybe. When I was Judge Jake, right? Is that why it happened? And I'm going to not be Judge Jake now? Perhaps? That's my head-on view. Okay. And yeah, I don't know if that's why. And I don't like that view. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Greg Johnson's going to pop in with us here in just a second, I think. And we will talk fire. We will talk all kinds of stuff. Greg, I want to, first thing I got to do is while you talk, if I seem distracted, that's because I'm playing around with the layout. And right now we're top and bottom, but I want us to be side by side. And that may be beyond my technical prowess, but I'll do my best. What's happening? Obviously, fires. You look like you're the guy who's on those. What do we have reporters just assigned to everything else, or are you just you're in the Elk Fire now and you're embedded, you're committed to see it through?
Well, it's I've unfortunately this summer I've gotten a lot of practice running down fire information. So yeah, we didn't have a dedicated reporter up in that area that we can get away. So I've been doing it, but yesterday we did get someone up there. Renee Jean is in the area. And she's going to be reporting on the ground today, going around. She's already got, from what I understand, some connections with a hotshot team and is looking around. Hold on. Let me put on the glasses, otherwise I know But yeah, the fire, they're finally making a little progress on it. Still listed at about 73,000 or about 74,000 acres now, and about 10% contained. Not a lot of updates there. However, they did lift some of the evacuations yesterday, so that's always a good sign. And they did determine and find that that it definitely was caused by lightning, and it looks like they even found the tree that got struck. They put up a photo of it. They called in like some forensic fire investigative expert who went in and found out. So the rumors of that the Forest Service started this fire themselves and everything that was flying all over the internet, not true. It was lightning. They found it. Not that it makes much difference right now because the fire is all burning out there, but yeah. So it's It seems to be going okay, but you just never know. It's still not controlled, and it gets the wind, whatever. It can just do whatever it wants at some point.
Yeah, weather dictates just about everything. I heard that and I didn't really think about it, but back like a week or longer ago when the Elk Fire was going, there were these rumors. Now, how do they even start, and what was the blame? People were saying the Forest Service. Why would the Forest Service start it? Was it a controlled burn that got out of hand?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's because they did some controlled burns around that time. But I looked up the location of them, and they're not close. They're in the area, but not really in the area. They're farther west of where this fire actually started. And I guess they also have the weather lightning strike indicator that shows a whole bunch of dry lightning strikes in that area at the time. So
yeah.
But it does happen though, where a control bird can get out of control. Didn't happen in this case, but that has happened before. And there is, sometimes it is best to, they call it let it burn. It is best to do that in some areas. Obviously, this one wouldn't have been one because it's close to where people live. So it doesn't apply here, but it does happen in some cases with wildfires.
But yeah, managing wildfires is as complex as trying to put them out. And yeah, this was one that I think they got after right away, but weather had the upper hand.
Yeah. Well, they've got a huge response on this because it's so late. There's not a lot of other fires going on. They're up to like 830 people working on this thing.
Yeah.
It's so they're bringing it in, and they're getting ready to go. One of the main incident team commanders was talking about, for a week they've been playing defense on this thing, and he said they're sick of playing defense. They want to play offense, and I think it's finally gotten to the point where they're able to be a little more aggressive in trying to contain the fire rather than just protecting stuff, which is always their top priority.
Yeah, you got some great quotes out of some of the players involved, including Tongue River Fire District, Manchester Fire Chief Jeff Barron, who talked about this is personal, and he was mentioning Eaton Ranch, and that's a historic ranch. And the fire took the fight to Eaton, and Eaton Ranch took the fight to the fire. And there were a couple outbuildings burned, I think, but for the most part, that ranch survived. And that's kind of inspiration to go on the offensive and get after this fire now.
Yeah, and I think I probably didn't relay it well enough in the story, but they knew this weather pattern was coming. They knew it could push it down there. And so that Friday, before, hours before that happened, they flew some big slurry tankers in there, and they dropped a lot of slurry around that area to try to keep the fire from just burning through. And it seems to have worked.
Yeah, great photos. I'm going to display those, but yeah, that's hopefully this week. I know the weather is not complying a ton, but no rain, but no wind, at least not like we saw. So,
and a little cooler. So in the mornings, there's a little more humidity, and that helps a lot.
Yeah.
You wake up and the grass has a little dew on it to help kind of not get it started too early going. So,
yeah. For sure. So rabbits are predators. That's crazy. Actually, they're not
so
rabbits.
Like raccoons, and in some cases, they say stray cats can be well, not predators. They're predatory.
Oh,
there is a difference.
believe me, I have a predatory stray cat sleeping on my chair right now, and he'll bring in a bird every now and then. And I tell him, oh, he would just stare at those chickadees and the hummingbird. I said, no, don't even. But yeah, that's true. We're going to talk about when is a rabbit actually a hare, and when is a hare or a cottontail considered a predator, a predatory? And when should we get the clubs and just go after them and do a mass clubbing?
That's a little hair splitting there.
Greg, getting punny at 7:27 already.
That's the best you can get at 7:27.
I hear you. I've pronounced guilt on a couple of Stetsons. And what else is going on? Oh, I love this story from Renee. Are you? Yeah, now you sent Renee to the fire. I want Renee this morning. Typically, she might be there with you in Cheyenne, but you're saying she's up there on the elk fire. All
yeah.
Right. I got an APB out on Renee because I want to talk to her about this story about the guy flying the Wyoming flag in South Carolina. Such a cool story. So much to it. Twists and turns. It's really neat.
Yeah, and if you see the comments on Facebook under the story, people know the guy, and apparently he's a good guy, and he helps a lot of people out, so they're not surprised that he go all the way down there to help those guys out. But to go out of his way to fly the Wyoming flag so they all know that Wyoming is helping them is pretty cool.
Way to represent. I mean, we're all Americans, but what's more important is some of us are Wyomingites.
Just don't inspire them to move here, right? Is that
yeah, right. Jaron Fry is that guy. Yeah, we're going to talk about him. We got some black bears breaking into homes in Colorado, and I'm going to talk about the difference between the black bear and the grizzly bear a little bit. Israeli hostages. I mean, we're going to cover a lot of stuff this morning. Anything else jumping out at you this morning, Greg, in the news?
Yeah, I liked Mark's story on how this elk fire has pretty much destroyed the hunting in a couple of elk areas.
Yeah.
And there's a video on that someone took of this huge elk herd just running away from the mountain, getting away from the fire. And so that right in the middle of the season, it's interesting to note that there's a couple of areas now where the hunting has pretty much been destroyed.
By the way, Greg, if you set your alarm early enough yesterday, you would have saw that video on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. I have found that video, and maybe Mark saw me show it, but yeah, I saw that. That's correct. Like the whole elk herd pushing out of there.
My early morning viewing standards are a little higher than that, Jake.
All right, our time is done here, Mr. Johnson. We're going to move on. Greg, thanks so much for stopping in. I want it to be a regular thing. Yeah.
No, that's cool.
All right, buddy.
That's cool. The Don must be up in some balloon or something today.
He's also talking Marjorie Taylor Greene down from a ledge or whoever that is. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, maybe he's off doing some top secret work to control the weather right
He's been the first guy to deny it is the guy who's hired by DC. He's like, oh no, government does not control weather.
He's got that DNR with the government. I'm talking about that.
I could just see Don Day in a lab coat right now. He's in the Pentagon and he's mixing stuff and he's trying to create, strengthen Hurricane Milton. I know it. Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
See you tomorrow, hopefully. That's Greg Johnson, managing editor, Cowboy State Daily, who's checking in on the fire. Hopefully he can find Renee, because I really want her as part of this story, which first, I think what should we do? Don Day's weather? No. Let's take a quick break so I can figure out what we're going to do and fix my video, which is not quite right. And I don't know why. So let me try to fix that if I can. Take a quick break. Coming right back.
Visit cowboystatedaily.com.
Whoa, I really ruined myself. But I think I do know what's wrong. Sorry, I'm gonna fix me, and then I want to talk about these black bears that busted into a house in Colorado. And I know it's not Wyoming, but it's indicative of, bear behavior, which is very Wyoming, and Colorado's practically our neighbor, if not for their proclivity to light up reefers. They might even be like friendly neighbors. But, I mean, for me, this is me personally, my opinion, they're smoking too much pot down there in the Front Range to be a good neighbor. But that's me. All right, I'm going to share this, not the Zoom. I want to share this story here. These are not the bears in question. This is just a stock photo of black bears. Those are black bears, though. Check the indications that you're looking for a black bear. And obviously, it's the color. And we're going to go into how you tell Grizz from a black bear in a little bit. But you look at the pronounced ears. Grizzlies have rounded ears close to the head, not quite sticking up and out like a jackrabbit, like this. Speaking of predators, jackrabbits. These black bears. So these black bears, they got in trouble. Headline, black bear with cubs killed after breaking into Colorado home. And I know that's as far as some people are going to read on Facebook. And you're going to get, the tree-hugging, wildlife-loving people. We all love wildlife. We do in Wyoming, honest. And it's a shame to kill a bear. Any Wyoming Game and Fish guy, in this case, it's CPW, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, any guy like that, they hate to do it. They really do. It takes a lot out of you to have to put down healthy bear like this. But in this case, you're just going to look at repeated problems, I fear. This is a case where I believe all 4 bears killed by wildlife agents, it was justified. The female bear with 3 cubs broke into a Colorado couple's home. When a 74-year-old man attempted to get the bears out of there, the female, the mama bear attacked him And he's got injury to his neck, arms, abdomen, shoulder, calf. And, you know, all these bears have learned now is breaking into a home is where you get food reward. That's fun. That's already strike one on a bear to learn stuff like that. Now, obviously, the mom has taught the cubs home, somebody's residence is where you go to get food. That's a bad lesson to learn. And the attack on a human. Then when a human intervenes, the mama bear's reaction or response is to go into attack mode. These are strikes against the bear, and there's probably no way you're not gonna have future problems. You can capture it, collar it, but this is also an area in Colorado that apparently has had many incidences. August 11th, 3-year-old attacked and injured by a black bear that entered a tent in a private campground. So, yeah, and in many ways, black bears can be more problematic than grizzly in many ways. I've encountered both in the wild. And I can't remember if I've said this on the air or just told, I tell everybody, because the first question you're asked when you live in bear country and people are not from bear country, they'll ask you, well, what do you do when you see a bear? Number one, I remember my 18-year-old niece from New York was visiting here in Wyoming for the month of August, and we went hiking a bunch, and we saw signs of bear. And she said, what should I do? Well, what do we do if we encounter a bear? And you can say, well, you can't outrun a bear. And, the old joke is, I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you, whoever you're hiking with. The National Park Service even put that up as a meme. I should find that. They have a sense of humor, really. Who knew? NPS. I don't have, don't be that friend, I think the National Park Service was saying. Alluding to, the famous saying, I don't have to outrun the bear, I just have to outrun you. But my niece said, what do you do? And I said, well, it depends on whether it's a black bear or a grizzly. Your response should be very different depending on which species it is. So you have to identify, is it a black bear? Is it a grizzly? How do you identify that? If you're on a horse, I can confirm that you don't need to do a lot of identification. You don't need to do a DNA test. The horse will tell you whether it's a black bear or a grizzly. I've been on a horse and I've encountered both. And the black bear made the horse dance and, kind of like prance around. Horse was agitated, but controllable. Grizzly bear, Katie bar the door. Woo! Here we go. There wasn't nothing you could do to hold that horse there. We got to go, said the horse. I remember that. I saw the bear and I'm like, boy, I think that's a grizzly. Away we went. Hi, old Silver. Yeah, the horse will tell you. So if you're not on a horse, though, things you want to look for is the hump. Grizzly does a lot of digging. Grizzly eats, for as big as that bear is, grizzly eats a lot of small junk. Roots. They eat ruts. As they say in Georgia, they eat ruts. And bugs, ants. They'll tear up logs to get at ants. I don't know how many ants you got to eat to consume the calories you got to consume to be as big as a grizzly bear. But they spend a lot of time eating moths and ants. I'm sure they'll eat an elk if they find one or knock one down. But that hump at the shoulders will tell you that bear really drops off from the shoulders down to the butt. It really falls off. It's all shoulders and then down to nothing. They got a skinny butt. Does my butt look big in this grizzly suit? Nope. Looks real small. They also have the ears very rounded and barely protruding from the head. Almost look like they're part of the skull. Black bears got more. It'll stand up more. You want to look at the muzzle. Grizzly, for the most, the black bear will be a little more dish-faced. That's a tough one. And, of course, there's color. People say, well, black bear's black. I've seen a lot of black bear that are cinnamon-colored, but they're a black bear. Another way to tell is the claws. Grizzly has big, way bigger claws. And typically, this is easier to tell by the prints left by the bear. Black bear prints, the claws will be rounded around the paw. So here's the paw pad you'll see in the snow or the mud. Paw pad. And the claws, you'll see claw points. I can't make my hands. And they'll be around the pad. Where the grizzly, the claw points will be in a straight line. Like that, and much bigger and separated from the pad, but straight lined claw, like, and then of course the size. Grizzly's just bigger foot. Those are some ways to tell. And the different behavior when you encounter a black bear, for the most part, black bear, you want to take a little more of a, not aggressive stance, but you want to be a little more authoritative in your posture with a black bear. For the most part, they're what I would call scarable, and they'll run off usually. Black bear is not usually going to look for trouble. They're usually willing to back down. The exception is when you get some juvenile black bears, about 2 or 3 years old, and they're recently kicked off their mother. The mother has recently told them, hey, you got to forge your own life, kid. You got to go. And these bears, especially if they're males, are trying to establish their own territory in their own life. And unlike human males, who, when they're kicked out of the nest, prefer to come back to the nest and play Nintendo in the basement for about 10 more years after college, the black bear subadult has to go out and forge its way. So it's scared, it's nervous, it gets its butt kicked everywhere it goes. It's like, can this be my new territory? And here along comes a bigger black bear and says, nah, it's my territory. So they're kind of angry, they're kind of scared, and they're trouble. And they're trying to size up everything they see. So if this is a juvenile black bear, and I ran into one going up Mosquito Pass. I remember my dogs. I had 2 dogs with me, border collies. They were out there, ahead of me, chasing chiselers, and they were in the bushes. And I see the bushes move, and out come my dogs, and out comes this giant black dog chasing them. Am I thinking, oh, look at that, my dog's found a friend. And I'm looking around for the hiker who belongs to this big black dog. And I don't see anybody else out there. I'm in the middle of nowhere. And then, wait a minute, I take a better look at this big black dog. And that is a black bear. About 175 pound, 200 pound black bear. Not big, but real curious. And that's the problem. That this black bear didn't immediately run away. That kind of chased my dogs and then was looking at me. And we were not too far apart. And this black bear got up on its hind feet and sniffed the air and just had this demeanor of, who are you? Are you lunch? Are you going to hurt me? Who are you? And that is when you take a posture different than a grizzly. You make yourself big. Same thing you do with a mountain lion or a wolf. You be big. You yell, you scare it, and that's what I did, and he ran off. But grizzly, never, ever show any challenging behavior to a grizz. Don't make eye contact. That's challenging. Don't. Even your hands are down at your side. Don't ball them up in fists. Have your hands. And these are hard things to think of when you encounter a grizz. Be relaxed. Don't look the bear in the eye. In fact, don't square up to him. Turn to the, give him a little side profile is best, because what you're trying to show a grizzly bear is, I'm not a challenge to you. I'm not, we're not going to get in a fight here because you'll probably win, but I'm also not lunch. I'm not a snack, but I'm just, I could take you if I want to, but not today. So it's an odd kind of portrayal what you've got to do with a grizzly. It's non-threatening, but not meek, if you know what I mean. And that usually works. And then if you get a charge, 90% of those are a bluff charge. Don't run, stand still. He'll likely break off that charge. If not, he might knock you down. But then again, 90% of the time when people are contacted, they're not killed. Grizzly bears usually content with knocking you down, removing their perceived threat and saying, okay, you're down, you're out. Stay down. Don't look up. Don't move. Stay down. Cover your vitals and wait for the bear to go. If you have bear spray, deploy that when the charge is coming. Try to wait till the last minute, throw up that cloud of bear spray. But don't run. That's my advice for your bears. From having encountered them and from having, I wrote a story for a Canadian magazine about grizzly bears and interviewed a lot of guys who had encounters with bears. And I remember one guy, he was a military marksman, like a dead shot with a handgun. And he had a bear charge him, and he discharged like 3 rounds, and he couldn't believe he missed all 3. That's how panicked he was. So thinking you're going to shoot a bear, especially a charging grizz, is not a great idea. Because some people have tried that. I forgot to do a recording on my audio. Oh boy, my boss is going to be mad at me. Okay, so that was Mark Hines, his story about black bears busting into the home. We are going to get to, now we're almost running out of time for this hour, but I do want to get to this great, great, great story about an Evanston fireman who is helping the cause there in hurricane-ravaged South Carolina. And let's see if I can get... First, let's do a little Don Day's weather forecast, because it does include a slight chance of rain, but very slight. Let's have Don explain.
3, 2, and 1. There might be a few sprinkles later this afternoon and evening along the Colorado-Wyoming border and maybe near the border with Utah, but that's the best we can do for you in terms of bringing any chance of rain to the Cowboy State. We're going to continue with this warm, dry weather for a bit longer, for another week or so, although we might see a little bit of shower activity in the far western parts of the state this weekend. That's something to keep an eye on. Otherwise, more warm, dry October weather for most of you for a few more days at least.
Oh, Okay, I'll take the warm, dry weather. My local golf course, and I have several that I can choose from in my undisclosed location, none of which I can afford except for one, and it closes October 20th. So I got to make sure I get, at least another round of golf in, and it looks pretty good. I mean, October 8th, we got a couple more weeks of golf and weather before I'll even think about putting Blaze Orange on and going out there and hunting. It's just too warm, too hot. Already this morning, halfway through the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake, and we've already pronounced guilt to anyone named Stetson, especially if you're stabbing women or shooting at women. Guilty. Come on. Behave better than that. We talked about bears, how you do. We talked about fires. We talked about wind turbines. Are they good, bad, neutral? How dumb does a bird have to be to get killed by them? And what do you do with the wind turbine blades once they're no longer serviceable and useful? So we've done a lot today. Let's check out this story from Leo Wolfson. Wyoming Cancer Center may close over $2 million dispute with insurance provider. I'm already falling asleep, except for it gets me thinking about insurance and how it plays a role in hospital and medical care. And it is out of hand, out of control, this whole insurance thing. I mean, it's not even anecdotal. It's not even rumor. It's fact that, the hospital charges you a zillion times what something is worth because they're not charging you. They're charging insurance companies, and they're more than happy to bilk them. It is such a racket. Come on. And it's an embarrassment for this country. I mean, other countries don't have it this way, but I mean, with all apologies to insurance providers, it's obvious now how the game is played. You get insured because, heaven forbid, you have to go to the hospital and get so much as your blood drawed, because the cost for doing anything in the medical field is ridiculous. It's like NASA with their $10,000 screw for a toilet, It's insurance is paying. So why not bill them real hard? Well, then insurance turns around and hits you real hard with your premiums. And Central Wyoming's only dedicated cancer center at risk of having to shut down. $2 million dispute with the insurance company. A lawsuit filed in Trona County District Court last Friday, filed by Rocky Mountain Oncology Center, RMOC. They claim health insurer Mountain Health Co-op, MHC, is refusing to pay nearly $2 million for patient coverage. Mountain Health replied, well, that's because we overpaid the previous year by about $2 million. So this is going to be a battle between accountants. The insurance provider's accountant says, we paid too much for cancer treatments in 23-24. So by our figures, we paid about, almost $2 million too much. And now we're going to take that out of the next $2 million claim. So they don't want to pay. The hospital, the cancer center, meanwhile, says, well, it can't operate that way without the $2 million. They'll be out of business tomorrow. So, yeah, there's a lawsuit going on. Leo Wolfson has the story for you, and we'll pop it in right here, I think. Let's see. Yeah, there's Leo.
Central Wyoming's only dedicated cancer center is at risk of having to shut down over a nearly $2 million dispute with an insurance company. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that the Rocky Mountain Oncology Center is claiming that health insurer Mountain Health Co-op is refusing to pay for $1.9 million in patient coverage, saying it overpaid that amount last year and is attempting to balance its books.
This is a huge hit for Rocky Mountain Oncology, so much so that they filed a lawsuit against Mountain Health on Friday to try to get a judge to force an injunction requiring that Mountain Health resume paying for its patients at the facility. Most importantly, in the lawsuit, Rocky Mountain Oncology argues that this could put them out of business, which would remove the only dedicated cancer center in central Wyoming.
The Oncology Center claims Mountain Health has committed breach of contract, breach of implied duty of good faith, and fair dealing.
Yeah, I don't know what you do there. You let the accountants fight it out. You take the accountant from the insurance company and the accountant from the hospital, and you put them in a cage match. No holds barred. I don't know. But, the whole insurance thing, it's not sustainable. You can't operate that way. You can't just escalate costs. You can't just inflate the cost of everything done at a hospital just because Joe Blow isn't paying the bill. Some big company will cover it. That's not going to work for very long. And I'm just glad that I'm insured. The wife has me insured through her job. Because, it doesn't take much. An overnight stay, a 2-day, some procedure, and you're in the poorhouse, if not for insurance. So, yeah, it's tough. It just doesn't work. Crook County deputy shoots and kills home invasion suspect. And this has got me. There's another story where, things would work out better if you just do what the cops tell you. Tyreek Hill, obey the law officer. If he says put down your window, put it down. Just do what the cops tell you. And I know there's bad apples. I know there's bad actors. There are bad cops. But my brother's a cop. My friends from high school, a lot of them are police officers, LE. I'm always going to take the side of the cop. Always. So if you're listening in, if you're tuning in, I'm badge friendly. I'm with LE. You guys got a tough job. You ladies have a tough job that are in law enforcement. It's not easy. And when you're responding to a call and someone points a gun at you, even if the gun isn't real, if someone does not obey what you're asking them to do, maybe they got to get tased. If someone points a gun at you, maybe they got to get shot. Armed home invasion, Sundance, Wyoming, turned fatal. Police responding to a case of domestic violence Monday morning, 5 a.m, deputies get there and find out that somebody is in the home. And that somebody is not supposed to be there, a former resident that was there illegally trespassing. The subject allegedly pointed a firearm at one of the deputies. Well, that's it. That's as far as I need to read. Deputy shot, hit the suspect who died on scene. DCI is investigating the incident, but if it turns out true, subject pointed a firearm at one of the deputies. I'm going to stop reading there and just say, hey, well, don't do that. Top of the hour news. Wendy, it's 8:01. Running a little late on that. Better get going. Wendy Core's news now and then. Finally, in the 8 o'clock hour, hopefully we get with Renee because I want her to flesh out her story. Story of the day, for sure, about the Evanston Fire Department guy who's in South Carolina helping with a hurricane. He's eastbound and trucking.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you stories from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom for Tuesday, October 8th. For the first time since the Elk Fire exploded more than a week ago, threatening the rural northern Wyoming towns of Dayton and Parkman, firefighters are preparing to attack the 73,000-acre wildfire rather than react to it. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the weather conditions that had spurred on the blaze backed off enough Sunday to give firefighters more opportunity to get control of the situation.
Last report, they were 10% contained with it. Best of all, Monday afternoon, some of the evacuation orders were lifted for some of the areas where people had been told to go. Not all of them, some of them, which is a good sign when you start letting people go back home. And they've been gone for a week, some of them. So
there are 680 people working to build breaks and lines around the fire, as well as clear out or burn any fuels within where safe to do so. Former Casper Police Department detectives Shannon Daly and Carrie Patrick sued Casper Police Chief Keith McFeeters and the city of Casper 2 years ago. On Monday, a lawsuit settlement agreement was released to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland, awarding $200,000 to the two female detectives who accused their boss of failing to fire a male detective whom they called sexually inappropriate and retaliatory.
They blamed this on a detective who actually wasn't sued, but was a huge part of the allegations, Detective Chase Nash. I did talk to Chase Nash today, and he said this is not true. I actually wasn't the problem. He said that Daly, conversely, was the one who was inappropriate.
Neither McFeeters nor the city of Casper admitted to any wrongdoing, saying that they merely settled the case to save the taxpayers' money, avoid the delay and expensive trial, and prevent future litigation. Advances in technology have developed at a rapid rate over the last few years, but not so much that it gives humans the ability to control the weather. U.S. House Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, however, seemed to suggest she believes the U.S. government has that capacity. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson spoke to Wyoming meteorologist Don Day, who said humans are a long way from being able to create the sheer energy and scale needed to instantaneously spawn a hurricane.
There are lab experiments and research projects underway seeing how humans can affect the weather and, what they can purposely do to cause weather events.
Day said he often gets people on both sides of the aisle reaching out to him to try and push him to push a political narrative within his weather reports. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
An armed home invasion in Sundance turned into a fatal police shooting of the suspect Saturday morning. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the incident took place around 5 a.m. Saturday.
They said it was an armed home invasion, and then the guy kind of got a block down the road, and they found him. He was accused of firing off a shot in the home. And when they found him, according to the statement, he raised a gun at a deputy. He pointed a gun at a deputy, and the deputy shot him, and he died on scene.
The Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation is investigating this incident, and the deputy involved is on administrative leave until the investigation is over. And the classification of jackrabbits in Wyoming as predatory animals, the same classification as coyotes and wolves in most of the state, might cause some to do a double take. Don't worry, that doesn't mean there are vicious carnivorous hares lurking in the sagebrush and devastating livestock herds. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the term predatory is essentially a catch-all classification for animals that might become a threat or a nuisance, particularly to agriculture.
They're big, they eat a lot, they like to gobble up a lot of crops, they can procreate prolifically, but they remain a predatory animal in Wyoming. And that basically means that they can be shot anywhere, anytime, no license, no bag limit, because they have that potential to just come in and gobble everything up.
To add another layer of complexity, jackrabbits and cottontail rabbits are also classified differently. Jackrabbits are hares, not true rabbits, as cottontails are. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Thank you, Wendy. Top of the hour news. And, Saturday we dropped a pumpkin on a coyote, but just to prove that a coyote, Wile E. Coyote, isn't the only Looney Tune-E that we go after. Well, I guess we're going after Bugs Bunny, too. Predatory jackrabbits. We will explore that story a little further in just a bit. Waiting on Renee to join us about this awesome story she had. I've been talking about it all morning, and we got to get to it here pretty quick. First, what we should do as a regular segment is This Day in Wyoming History, and I will do it. And I'll build some graphics for it, and I'll make it real nice. Maybe we'll have some music for it. I'll start doing that tomorrow because today's day in Wyoming history is not that exciting. Today, October 8th, 1835, John Allen Campbell was born, politician, officer in the U.S. Army. Now, here's his claim to fame. John Campbell was the first governor of Wyoming before it was a state, actually. In 1869, he was governor of the Wyoming Territory. And then again in 1873. So John Campbell, born on this day, the first governor, I believe, first governor of Wyoming Territory, 1869, before we were even a state. So I would think then that Governor Campbell of the Wyoming Territory was involved in the whole whole equality state thing. Wyoming, first state to give women the right to vote, and that's not just, that's a real thing. I know in reading history that Wyoming was very much involved in women's suffragette and the whole movement. And when Wyoming petitioned Washington, D.C., this is what I love about Wyoming. Another reason to love Wyoming. Wyoming, basically, to boil it down and paraphrase it very badly, Wyoming told D.C., or Wyoming asked D.C., we want to be a state. We want to join the Union. And Washington looked at Wyoming and like, you don't have a lot to offer. You're just a big, giant territory, pretty much Indian country. You don't have any gold there. I don't know, says D.C. And you want to give women some rights, says Washington, D.C. And that's not going to fly. So there was very little reason for the United States of America to admit Wyoming Territory in there. And the sticking point, D.C. said, literally, I've seen the Telegraph said, get rid of the idea that you're going to give women to the right to vote and we'll let you in. That's what it came down to. For real. That's why, we don't just claim to be the equality state. It really happened. Washington, D.C. said, get rid of that and we'll let you in. And Wyoming Territory's response, I can only assume, was from this dude that was born on this day in history. Governor Campbell said, nope, we'd rather not join then. I love that. Wyoming launches itself as a state, and its first act was defiance. Not that I think we should all be defiant of our own federal government, but I love a state sticking up for itself. Wyoming said, nah, that ain't going to work. We're not going to do it. Either you let us in with women having the right to vote, or we don't want to join this club. And Washington, D.C. backed down. Wyoming's a state. Wyoming's the equality state. Very interesting. And if I could work the internets better, I would find out if that was indeed John Campbell, who was, it had to be, right? He was the governor of the territory at the time. So who else would be calling the shots on behalf of Wyoming? I could look that up, but I want to move to get Renee in here. Renee, I love this story. It has so many facets to it. I want to make a side-by-side in the view, but I can't do it. How do you see it? Do you see us side-by-side, or you see us top and bottom?
I just see us top and bottom.
Yeah, me too. And I don't know how to do you know how to do it side-by-side? No, I'm asking the wrong person. It's Renee Jean, our IT person. No, maybe not.
There's a little button in my upper right corner that says view.
Yeah.
And then it gives you speaker, gallery, multi-speaker.
Yeah. And I'm doing that. Here's gallery. Here's multi-speaker. No change. And here's immersive. Ooh, I'm afraid to do that. Okay, well, that wasn't probably good. Yeah, I don't know.
That just affects how I see my screen. You probably have different controls to affect how people out there see your screen, huh?
Oh, look, and Mark. Yeah, I do. And Mark's on. Mark, man, I want to go jackrabbit shooting with Mark, but I also want to explore the story with Renee. Mark, can you just sit tight for a second?
Yeah, no problem.
All right, and we're gonna get right back to you. I'm gonna muzzle you. You're muted. Sit tight, but you are on camera, so don't do anything weird. Meanwhile, Renee, this story is so cool. This guy, Jaron Fry, is on vacation. I guess you can, like, as a fire department guy anywhere in the country, you can apply to go help the hurricane effort. And he did, and he didn't hear anything. And he figured, oh, they don't want me, I guess. But he was on vacation. And his boss, when he got back, his boss said, pack your bags because you got an opportunity to go help with the hurricane efforts and rebuild South Carolina. And he was eager to go.
He's delivering fuel. He's not necessarily helping rebuild, but he's bringing in those essential goods that people need, fuel in particular. And he works for a Relodyne company. They have a program that lets their drivers sign up to volunteer to do things like this. And he'd been passed over 2 or 3 times. So he just figured, here's another instance where it's not my turn yet.
Yeah.
They take turns doing this.
And of course, it's the Wyoming way to just make it happen. Here in Wyoming, when they tell us roads are closed, that just means drive slower. And from what I understood about, the hurricane and what it did to Carolina is all roads in there were closed. But Jaron Fry just jumps in his truck full of diesel. And he's eastbound and down, and he's loaded up. He's trucking up fuel there, and he gets there. He arrives. He brings them much needed diesel. But when he gets there, there's one thing he forgot. He wished he had a flag, and that has something to do with his son serving overseas. What's that all about?
Well, so his son is serving in Syria, and he's talking to his parents about he didn't think to bring a U.S. flag. So his dad sent him 3 U.S. flags, a Wyoming flag, and then the Evanston Fire Department all signed a Evanston Fire Department flag to send him. When he called his dad to thank him, his dad's down in North Carolina, and he's like, I didn't bring my flag. I should have brought my flag so I could fly it down here just like his son is doing in Syria. I think it was kind of a solidarity thing with his son. But it's kind of cool how, it's such a small world, and Wyomingites always stick together no matter where they are. One of his friends in Evanston called him up to check on him. She'd seen his Facebook post that he was headed to North or South Carolina, and checking on him, and said, "Oh, hey, yeah, my daughter lives about 2 hours north of you." So he's like, doing the Wyoming thing. He's going to check on the daughter who was in cheerleading with his daughter. So they're talking, and he mentions he forgot a few things. And she's like, "Oh, yeah, really? What did you forget?" And he's like, listing off the little silly things he didn't get, like shampoo. Truck drivers stop at a truck stop and they'll get these things that they need. They don't really think about packing them, right? But with the normal rules lifted, he's headed straight there. He's not making any stops along the way.
So he doesn't even have a toothbrush packed, and he really wants a flag. And he mentions this in passing, and before he knows it, this young lady, who we have her photo, this is the Powers girl. What's her first name?
Kelsey.
I mean, how cool. Kelsey, who I believe works for UPS. How cool is she? She just, he says, I don't have the flag, and maybe somehow I can get one. She's like, "It's done. I ordered it. It's on the way. It'll be here tomorrow." Like,
It'll be
damn.
here tomorrow.
So cool.
He was just looking for a store where he could, maybe drive by it and grab one on his way out. And she just took care of taking it to him, 2-hour drive. No problem. It's Wyoming.
Way to go, Kelsey. Everybody else responding from around the nation, helping out after the hurricane, wishes they had a Wyoming flag and wishes they had friends back home that were like Kelsey. Super cool. Evanston showing up in South Carolina to help the hurricane efforts. Thanks, Renee. That's an awesome story you dug up.
Thank you.
All right. Let's turn our attention to Mark Hines. And what have you got against poor jackrabbits? I mean, I got to unmute you, or you got to unmute yourself. But yeah, I was surprised to see this. We were just talking about, being able to snowmobile over wolves, and now apparently we can do the same with jackrabbits, but not cottontails. What's going on?
Well, because I've written so much about wolves, and wolves have that, what can be confusing dual classification in Wyoming, where they're trophy game in part of the state and a predatory animal in other parts of the state. And I mentioned in a couple of those articles, just throwing out, species that are also in the predatory classification, which includes coyotes and jackrabbits. And I've had, notes from more than a few people going, what are you talking about? Jackrabbits aren't predators. And so I felt, okay, I'll just go ahead and do an article kind of explaining that, why that is, and what a predatory animal actually means. I hope I made it clear in the article. I tried to anyway, that predatory animal isn't the same thing as a predator, at least not in the strict biological sense. But yeah, jackrabbits got that dreaded predatory classification because of the effect they can have on crops. At least the people I talked to, maybe there's other people out there that have had different experiences, but the folks I talked to said that they haven't seen those massive jackrabbit plagues, if you want to use the term plague to describe jackrabbits. They haven't seen those for many years, but in the past, it was a real problem. And they'd have those really gruesome, I don't know if they had any in Wyoming, but I describe at the end of the article that one in Kansas back in the 19th and early 20th century. They'd have those huge jackrabbit roundup and clubbing sessions because there were just hundreds upon thousands of them out there eating everything in sight, and that's how they got rid of them. The last sentences, they explain why they didn't just pass out guns because, you get a bunch of people in a corral with a bunch of jackrabbits and everybody starts shooting. I think that quickly could become a circular firing squad.
Yeah.
So, that's kind of why, that's why they're classified the way they are.
And I mean, maybe, we're talking 100 years ago when this was an issue, but anymore, I'm not in a part of a state that has prevalent rabbit or jackrabbit or cottontail, any of that. But do you see it? I don't see many jackrabbits at all. Once in a while.
They ebb and flow around here. I frequently take my dogs for walks, kind of out here just east of town. There's a lot of open country that the university owns, and it seems like one year my dogs are kicking up a jackrabbit every few yards, and then other years we'll walk for miles and not see one. So I think they're cyclical like any other. And any other critter in that category. Cottontails do the same thing. Their numbers ebb and flow.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen, like Dennis Sun described seeing 300 or 400 jackrabbits all in one spot. I've never seen that in my lifetime, but I don't know. That'd be an interesting question to delve into. Why do we not see the jackrabbit numbers that we used to, or that the old timers say they used to see? Yeah.
Yeah. Coyotes? I don't know. It's hard to. But the interest. I mean, the thing of the story is just interesting, and how Wyoming classifies its different wildlife, and it gets confusing, and
it can,
and to outsiders, it's confusing that we're running over wolves. It's disappointing, and to Washington D.C., who wants always asking, can Wyoming manage its own bears, manage its own wolves? It's got to look like we don't even know what to call a rabbit. Is a rabbit coming after your garden? Yeah. One last thing before you go, Mark. I know you got to jump on the editorial meeting. Where do we classify, or where does Wyoming, the state, classify the cousin of the jackrabbit, the jackalope? Is that a predatory? Is that a
I don't know for sure. If I had to put money on it, I'd say the jackalope is probably either a big game animal, or I'd say big game. They're a big game animal.
Big game.
Not
quite trophy.
You got to wait till they're in season, and you got to have a license, and before you get So don't. So make sure, if you're going to go out and shoot things, make sure that you're shooting jackrabbits and not jackalopes.
Gotcha.
You get yourself in trouble with your local game warden.
You got to be careful. And when you're passing through DuBois, don't miss a chance to ride a jackalope. Yeah.
Exactly.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
All right. Talk to you later.
Outdoor writer Mark Hines for Cowboy State Daily, explaining how the jackalope, and we do have, let me show you a little bit of that story. That's I don't see many jackrabbits where I live. They got to be down, on the high prairie. I'm in the mountains. I don't see many of these critters, but certainly not in the numbers they were when they were considered, a scourge on the land, like just too many. Not as many, not in the numbers where we had to get all Kansas about it and pick up clubs and round them up. So predator and predatory animal, not the same thing as Wyoming classifies its critters. And if you're confused, so am I. I'm kind of at a loss for that story. But Mark Hines explains it, the whole thing. Cowboy State Daily, check that out, and maybe you'll have better understanding or more revelation as to when a jackrabbit is a predator or predatory, certainly for your garden, and why a cottontail is not. Yeah, it gets pretty confusing. The story, the state flag flying. I love that. I want to show you some photos from that story too, in case you're not on it. But hopefully, if you're watching the show, and if you're listening and watching, you're probably on a device. You can just go right now to Cowboy State Daily. If so, I urge you to do so and check out Renee Jean's story on what is just a cool thing about why the Wyoming flag is flying in South Carolina. And it's Jaron Fry. And here he is. Here's the story. Wyoming state flag flying in South Carolina hurricane relief efforts. Jaron Fry, truck driver from Evanston, got back from vacation. His boss said, hey, If you wanted to go help with a hurricane, they want you. So go ahead. And packed up his stuff in a hurry. Wished he brought a Wyoming flag with him because he learned from his own son serving in Syria that having that Wyoming flag and flying the Wyoming pride is a pretty cool thing, whether it's in Syria or South Carolina. And so he left in such a hurry, he forgot to pack his toothbrush or a flag. And when he gets there, I think he makes mention of this on social media. He gets a phone call from a friend back home in Evanston who said, hey, my daughter lives in that area. Maybe she can tell you where to go buy a flag. So Jaron Fry connects with said daughter, Kelsey Powers, and he mentions that he's looking for a flag, and he also forgot his toothbrush. Next thing you know, Kelsey Powers gets on Amazon and says, I got it taken care of. Done. And he said, well, he tried to Venmo her. He said, what do I owe you? Let me Venmo you. She said, don't worry about it. Just pay it forward. That's Jaron, and that's his son with the Wyoming flag, the bison. That's over there in Syria. Thank you for your service. Jaron's son. What is Caden? That's Caden Fry. Wyoming proud over there in Syria. And there is a photo of the truck Jaron Fry brought over there, bringing diesel to the efforts. Yeah, just a really cool story that has some cool twists and turns. I mean, first, you get a Wyoming guy that wants to help his country and help another state, and he's proud of his state while he's doing it. And then you got a friend from home who helps him out. With people helping people, huh? Make the world go round. Don Day's weather, we got to do a little rodeo shot as well from the Western Ag Network, and a bunch more. In fact, let's rodeo right now, and then we'll come back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, conversation continues with Richmond Champion, headed to his 9th National Finals Rodeo. The last 2 weeks of his season were chaos, and we talked about some of his travels and his experiences and how it all came together. He made the NFR in 15th place by less than $220. The story continues when we come back.
Without enough protein, cattle can't digest food efficiently, leading to poor energy use and lower feed intake. SmartLick is proven to support healthy, fiber-digesting microorganisms, promoting better digestion and energy use. A Kansas State University study found that heifers fed low-quality hay with SmartLick's high-protein supplements showed improved forage intake and weight gain compared to those without. Find your dealer at SmartLick. That's smartlic.com. SmartLick. It's not just another tub. It's performance.
Ready for a real PRF partner? At Ag Risk Advisors, this isn't our first rodeo. We are one of the most experienced in pasture rangeland forage. Honesty, commitment, trust. Many companies use these words. At Ag Risk Advisors, we earn them.
The deadline to enroll in pasture rangeland forage insurance is December 1st. Visit prfadvisors.com to enroll.
When you travel, I was just looking at the last, 2 or 3 weeks of your life. You were in Mona, Utah, Poway, California, San Bernardino, California, Sonoma, California, Madison, Indiana, Mandan, North Dakota, Pasadena, Texas, Amarillo, Texas, Othello, Washington, St. George, Pendleton. How do you do that? Tell me how you do that.
Well, I had, bought a motorhome this year, so majority of the season when it made sense, I got to take Paige and Forrest with me, and I think we did 20,000 miles together and all over the country, which is really fun. And then when things got really busy, here at the end, it was honestly just I'd sit down and by flights and hotels and cars, because not one of those rodeos is close together. At least not on the same week. So the week before last, when I started in Amarillo, Leighton Berry, he was chasing his 40 rodeos, so his special event money would count. So two definitely different situations, but both had the same plan, so we ended up splitting hotels and cars. And
on the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Rodeo Roadshow, Western Ag Network, 8:32 on this Tuesday. And this morning, I'm going to, in a little bit of a somber note, you may recall a story in Cowboy State Daily going a ways back. I'm going to play this. A story I wrote about this old-time cowboy in Jackson Hole named Gap Pucci. I wrote it months ago. This guy's a friend of mine. He's my nearest neighbor where I live. He's just right down the road, about a half hour from me. I'm about a half mile from me. 89 years old. He just celebrated a birthday a few days ago. Yesterday, he passed away. And it was pretty sudden, out of the blue. I mean, he was 89 years old, but, the guy was sharp as a tack. His body's starting to fail him a little bit, but author of 2 books, a third on the way, that's currently at the printers right now. He died yesterday. I went up to do a check on him, a welfare check, and I was just devastated to find him dead at 89 on his eldest daughter's birthday yesterday. Gap. Yeah, I don't know. I know where you are now. I know where you are. Good and faithful servant Gap Pucci. This guy was an outfitter here in Jackson Hole. Took people hunting on hunt trips through the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Been everywhere, done everything in the backcountry. And I'm still finding it hard to believe. And for his daughters and his wife, who he leaves behind, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Wyoming's not the same without Gap Pucci. I mean, it's one of those things where you just see life go on and you want to just yell. I just see a truck drive by last night and I just wanted to yell, what right do you have to be driving by? What right do you have to be just carrying on with your life right now? Because how do you not know we just lost Gap Pucci? And I don't know how I do a radio show this morning, still thinking about it. But Gap, yeah, we're thinking about you. I'm going to take a break. Well, let me get my back. There I am. I'm back. As always, feel free to join in the conversation. I think I have the phone worked out. The whole phone adventure was days, if not weeks, in the making. To trying to figure out. Well, I don't wish this on anybody. Trying to figure out how to obtain a phone number that you want. It's kind of like a vanity license plate. So we wanted a phone number that was memorable here. So how do you find a phone number? And it's this number, by the way. We thought it was pretty catchy. 307 is always the area code in Wyoming. That's how you know when you're in the great state of Wyoming. The brown and gold, we get into 307. 999 talk. There happens to be an extension. Is that what they call them? The first three numbers of a phone number, that's your extension, I think. It happens to be the extension of Moran, Wyoming, if you were to look it up. In fact, it may say that on your phone when you dial us in the studio. It may look like you're calling Moran, Wyoming. That's fine. You're calling the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. 999 talk 999-8255. That's our number. So I was trying to find a phone number that would be good. I was trying to find Jake, like three numbers, and then you would spell Jake. But what would happen, post Jake? What would happen after I'm fired? And it's the next guy, and he's not named Jake. Then it wouldn't make sense. So I was thinking talk. Oh, if we could just find a number that spelled out talk, that'd be great. And I found the Moran Exchange. That's what it's called. I found the Moran Exchange 999, which is easy, repetitive, memorable, and then TALK. And I found this number on a website that banks phone numbers. That's what they do. They're a place you can go buy phone numbers. And kind of like websites, how the Chinese have bought every website. And of course, I'm not blaming the Chinese. Other people are also website banking. If you try to find the website, for instance, I don't know. If you're website shopping and you try to find something that's going to be your website, chances are if it's any good or useful, it's probably taken. Like Cowboy State Daily, obviously that website's taken. But if you're launching a new venture, let's say you want to be Wyoming made. You have a product that's made in Wyoming, so you want to be wyomingmade.com. Chances are that website's gone. It's owned by someone who is willing to sell it. And that someone is usually some entity, some organization, some business in China or not in China that owns, that's selling the website. So same thing with phone numbers. If you want a good phone number, a catchy one like 999 talk, you got to go buy it from a website, which we did. And that costs money. Lots of money, so please send in money right now. Text in your money to 999-TALK. And then you got to get that phone number onto your regular phone plan and then from your phone plan to some kind of internet phone. It was an ordeal. But we have it now, so you can join the convo. I hear Claire, our own Claire McFarland, may be joining on the phone. Maybe, maybe not. I also don't know if I have the phone set up correctly to hear it ring. I think I do. But 999-TALK, 307-999-TALK. That's 8255 on your dial pad. And you can join the conversation anytime, anywhere, any place. And we would love to have you. As we move on to this story from Claire, former Casper detectives will get $200,000 in a settlement over sexual harassment. Now, I'm almost quick to put on the judge wig here and be Judge Jake, but I'm reluctant because I have Little bit of hesitation here. In one hand, it seems like a slam dunk. The kind of cop that I think the kind of, person, I don't want to blame police officer, but in every vocation, of every walk of life, we all know someone like this who makes inappropriate comments not for a mixed crowd. And it's too bad. It's usually men, very rarely women. Usually men, they're going to make, some jokey joke at work that makes women feel uncomfortable. Happens all the time, happens every day, everywhere. Whether it's in a cop shop or a coffee shop, somewhere there's a guy crossing the line about what he should be joking about and talking about. And it makes a woman feel uncomfortable. And, I don't like that. I don't like men that are like that. And this may be the case or it may not. Case has been settled, but according to all parties, it was settled just to make it go away. But I'm glad Claire got a hold of Detective Chase Nash, who was accused of, and I don't even want to say some of this stuff over the air because I'm not comfortable even talking about it. But a former police department member, Detective Chase Nash, is accused of using language like describing the size of his wee-wee, talking about his libido and sexual prowess, etc. Bragging. Although, when contacted by Claire McFarland, Nash said, I never bragged about, and then stopped and said, it just disgusts me to say these words. But I never bragged about any body part of mine. My comments were taken out of context after I complained about her behavior. So I don't know who to believe. The detective says it was the woman, the female cops, who were over the line with what they would talk about. The female cops, by the way, are Shannon Daly and Carrie Patrick, both of whom sued Casper Police Chief Keith McFeeters for not keeping a safe workplace environment. The two female detectives accused the male detective of just being inappropriate on numerous occasions. He said, no, it was you. It's not you, it's me. And the whole thing went away with 200, nothing money can't cure, right? It's just weird. I mean, did this guy go over the line? The women say, they just sort of laughed and went along with it because it's hard being a woman in a man's world of cops. Here's Claire McFarland talking more about the story, or maybe we can get her on the blower here. Let me see. Drop in the Zoom room. Yeah, let me open the Zoom room, Claire, if you want to get on here. And I'll keep an eye out for Claire. But meanwhile, I can share with you what Claire McFarland shared with Wendy during the news about this story, because I'm reluctant to talk too much about it or even have an opinion about it because I'm not really sure about it at all. Here's Claire, and here's a little bit more background of the story.
Former Casper Police Department detectives Shannon Daly and Carrie Patrick sued Casper Police Chief Keith McFeeters and the city of Casper 2 years ago. On Monday, a lawsuit settlement agreement was released to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland, awarding $200,000 to the two female detectives who accused their boss of failing to fire a male detective whom they called sexually inappropriate and retaliatory.
They sued in 2022, alleging that Chief McFeeters had allowed a hostile workplace to foment, essentially. And they blamed this on a detective who actually wasn't sued, but was a huge part of the allegations. Detective Chase Nash. They said that he would comment on his own genitalia and brag about the size and that sort of thing. I did talk to Chase Nash today, and he said this is not true. I actually wasn't the problem. They took my comments out of context, and he said that Daley conversely was the one who was inappropriate.
Neither McFeeters nor the city of Casper admitted to any wrongdoing, saying that they merely settled the case to save the taxpayers' money, avoid the delay and expensive trial, and prevent future litigation.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not sure. And even Claire, by the way, I see you tried to join our Zoom room and maybe I accidentally kicked you out or something, but try again. If you're listening, get back in the Zoom room. Although I don't know how much more I want to ask Claire to speak about this story. I feel like I need to take a shower already because of how disgusted it makes me feel. Yeah, why can't men and women get along? You know, some guys feel like they got to get jokey about that. And maybe, you know, sometimes it's the tension of the job, a crime scene. You know, there was one case where there was, you know, they were looking at a dead body, a homicide victim, and you know, you're at a loss for words. You're trying to create some levity, maybe, and you say something inappropriate as a guy, something jokey. But if this is your go-to place, if this is where you go with women, you know, that's disturbing. But maybe, you know, credit Detective Nash for picking up the phone when Claire called and for him saying, you know, this wasn't the case. This was actually the opposite. It was a female detective that escalated, you know, I don't know. Now, who do you believe? And $200,000 later. Yeah. Claire says she's in. Yeah, I can't. Sorry, Claire. I'm in the wrong room or you're in the wrong Zoom room, but it's probably best that we do not meet over this story. But Claire does have other stories, by the way, which I've already weighed in as Judge Jake, and everybody was guilty. Anybody named Stetson was guilty this morning. 8:50, 10 in front of the hour. Don Day's weather forecast includes more of the same. Just a beautiful day. Maybe some sprinkles down there at the southern border with Wyoming and Colorado. That's a big maybe. But Don Day just showing we didn't get a chance to talk with him at 7:20. He's still doing the balloon thing. But he did have time, apparently, to weigh in on the congresswoman who says the government is cooking up hurricanes in a laboratory somewhere. Marjorie Taylor Greene. I lost track of that story. Where is that thing? We talked about it early this morning, if you weren't with us. But Don Day did say it's highly unlikely, as in, like, not really, that the government is controlling weather. This comes from Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Leo Wolfson has the story. And he went and contacted Don Day after he found that Congresswoman Greene on her Twitter account, otherwise known as X, she's got 1.2 million followers. I'm jealous. But Greene wrote concerning the hurricane activity, one that just devastated South Carolina, another one, Milton, it's taken a unconventional path from the Gulf and is about to strike the west coast of Florida. And this one's supposed to be a bad one. And House Rep Marjorie Taylor Greene said on X, yes, they can control the weather, they being the government. It's ridiculous for anyone to lie and say it can't be done. First off, I got to point out that House Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene, you are the government. Can they control the weather? Are they cooking up these hurricanes? It's just bizarre we're even talking about this. But it does make for good news. And Leo Wolfson recognizes that. He said, this could make a story. Let me talk to our own Don Day, our own meteorologist who has forgotten more about weather than Marjorie Taylor Greene's ever going to know. And Don Day said he is, quote, extremely skeptical about Greene's claim that the government controls weather. He said a lot of people don't understand how much energy it takes to control the weather. He said sometimes it feels like weather and the climate become a political punching bag for people on both sides of the aisle. That's for sure. I mean, how much have we talked about global warming, which has now been rebranded as climate change? And yeah, it has become very politicized. And Don Day said, especially near an election season, in an election season, it's not helpful to be talking about speculating on whether the government can control the weather. But is the government cooking up Hurricane Milton right now or stirring it up? And yeah, it's just absurd. Which leads me to my new segment. Hold on, I'll get it queued up. All right, here's my new segment. Known as If Aliens Landed on Earth Today. Here I am. I'm a Martian, just arrived. And I'm observing these silly humans. I've landed on Earth, and humans believe their leaders control the weather.
That's very interesting. Humans are very stupid. Humans might make good food.
Yeah, my new segment, What If Martians Landed on Earth Today and saw the headlines? They'd be as baffled as I am about our own representatives. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Can the government control weather? Does the government control weather? Yeah, we do some cloud seeding, I'm sure, but all right, enough of the UFO. Yeah, but I don't think we're making hurricanes in D.C. From what I've seen of my own U.S. government, they can barely do anything. They can barely run the IRS. They can't run a post office. Talking about an agency that loses $3.5 billion a year. This is the government that's going to make a hurricane and control weather? A government that cannot even operate a mail system. I doubt it. Highly doubt it. But I'm glad Don Day weighed in. I'm glad Leo Wolfson asked Don Day whether it's even feasible that government can control weather, that man can control weather. And Don, I could just see Don stifling his laughter in Leo Wolfson's story. Read about that and so much more in the Cowboy State Daily KBOI.com. That's the place you go to find all the news. We have talked to a bunch of reporters today, Mark and Renee, about their stories, and more to come. A whole mess more to come right after we get to top of the hour news with Wendy Coy. That's coming up after this.
Cowboy State Daily.
Creeping up on 9 o'clock and time for news. I think we're going to try to hook up with Leo Wolfson right after we hear from Wendy Coy. And because Leo's got a couple of super good stories at the Cowboy State Daily this morning. Hopefully you subscribe to the newsletter. You get that in your inbox every morning around 5:15 a.m. It's waiting for you. That's the way we read the paper in the morning now with your cup of coffee. Cowboy State Daily newsletter. Sign up and don't miss a thing. Wendy, what's going on?
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, October 8th. I'm Wendy Coy, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. From 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, Cowboy State Daily's Jake Nichols brings to life the latest news, weather, sports, and in-depth conversations that matter to you. Well, for the first time since the Elk Fire literally blew up overnight more than a week ago, prompting a laundry list of evacuations and threatening the rural northern Wyoming towns of Dayton and Parkman, firefighters are preparing to attack the 73,000-acre wildfire rather than react to it. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the weather conditions that had spurred on the blaze backed off enough Sunday to give the Rocky Mountain Incident Management Team more opportunity to get control of the situation.
Last report, they were 10% contained with it. Best of all, Monday afternoon, some of the evacuation orders were lifted for some of the areas where people had been told to go. Not all of them, some of them, which is a good sign when you start letting people go back home, and they've been gone for a week, some of them. So,
holding at about 73,000 acres, the fire remains very active. There are 680 people working to build breaks and lines around the fire, as well as clear out or burn any fuels within where safe to do so. Central Wyoming's only dedicated cancer center is at risk of having to shut down over a nearly $2 million dispute with an insurance company. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the Rocky Mountain Oncology Center is claiming that health insurer Mountain Health Co-op is refusing to pay for $1.9 million in patient coverage, saying it overpaid that amount last year and is attempting to balance its books.
This is a huge hit for Rocky Mountain Oncology, so much so that they filed a lawsuit against Mountain Health on Friday to try to get a judge to force an injunction requiring that Mountain Health resume paying for its patients at the facility. Most importantly, in the lawsuit, Rocky Mountain Oncology argues that this could put them out of business, which would remove the only dedicated cancer center in central Wyoming.
The Oncology Center claims Mountain Health has committed breach of contract, breach of implied duty of good faith, and fair dealing. A Gillette man is in jail after police say he repeatedly stabbed a 30-year-old woman before eluding police for a day. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 31-year-old John Bosch has been charged with violent crimes before, as well as failed to appear for court, prompting the judge to set bail at $750,000.
What there is a prior felony conviction for strangulation of a household member. And so the rest of the prosecutor, Nathan Hankey's, it was like DUI. There was an unlawful contact, which can be, oh, I slapped you. Speaking for himself, he said, well, I actually turned myself in. Whereas the prosecutor countered, pointing to the strangulation and pointing out that he had fled in the first place, and also pointing to the violence of the crime alleged, which was a repeated stabbing of a woman's arms and torso.
His preliminary hearing is set for October 15th. Jaron Fry of Evanston is one of the many truck drivers who've responded to Hurricane Helene-affected areas to bring in much-needed fuel. To find his truck amid the hundreds, if not thousands, of relief trucks that are flowing into the south, all you have to do is look for the Wyoming state flag. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that how Fry came by that flag while in South Carolina is one that shows the Cowboy State's generous and giving spirit.
He's looking for places that have Wyoming flags. They're all closed. It's the weekend. Someone from Wyoming in Evanston called him to check on him. And as he's talking to her, he finds out her daughter lives a couple hours north of where he's stationed. So he gives her a call to check on her. And he asks her, oh, hey, by the way, is there a flag store where I could go buy a flag? Next thing he knows, he's getting a text from her. I ordered one from Amazon for you. It'll be here tomorrow.
Fry said several of the other truck drivers are quite jealous of his Wyoming flag. They're wishing they had the kind of network from back home that would lead to someone local bringing them a state flag to fly. The massive elk fire in the Bighorn Mountains near the towns of Dayton and Parkman is aptly named because it's roasting some of Wyoming's best elk habitat. Prominent Wyoming outdoorsman Guy Eastman told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that while the elk themselves should be fine, they bailed down off the mountains ahead of the blaze, the fire has likely ruined the season for hunters.
It sounds like hunting seasons are pretty much done, at least in those couple of elk hunt areas and deer hunting areas that are affected, that are within that 73,000 acres. They come down to the lowlands anyway during a normal year, but they're just doing it 2 to 3 weeks early this year because the fire pushed them down. And what that means is the elk are all down low on private land, so the hunters aren't going to be able to get to them. And from a habitat perspective, it's actually good news because the burn areas should see some rich new growth in the spring, so the elk will have plenty to eat.
Hunters who drew tags for the affected elk and deer hunting areas might be able to get refunds or have those tags rolled over into the 2025 seasons, according to Wyoming Game and Fish. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
There might be a few sprinkles later this afternoon and evening along the Colorado-Wyoming border and maybe near the border with Utah, but that's the best we can do for you in terms of bringing any chance of rain to the Cowboy State. We're going to continue with this warm, dry weather for a bit longer, for another week or so, although we might see a little bit of shower activity in the far western parts of the state this weekend. That's something to keep an eye on. Otherwise, more warm, dry October weather for most of you for a few more days at least.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 20 seconds with more news.
When we say community is the heart of Hilltop, we're talking about a team of bankers committed to improving the place we call home. A team that shows up every day to help businesses thrive and gives back to our neighbors through time, attention, and service. We're inspired by the way our bankers give back because that's one of the many qualities that makes us truly a community bank. Hilltop Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Former Casper Police Department detectives Shannon Daly and Carrie Patrick sued Casper Police Chief Keith McFeeters and the city of Casper 2 years ago. On Monday, a lawsuit settlement agreement was released to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland, awarding $200,000 to the two female detectives who accused their boss of failing to fire a male detective whom they called sexually inappropriate and retaliatory.
They sued in 2022, alleging that Chief McFeeters had allowed a hostile workplace to foment, essentially. And they blamed this on a detective who actually wasn't sued, but was a huge part of the allegations. Detective Chase Nash, they said that he would comment on his own genitalia and brag about the size and that sort of thing. I did talk to Chase Nash today, and he said this is not true. I actually wasn't the problem. They took my comments out of context, and he said that Daley, conversely, was the one who was inappropriate.
Neither McFeeters nor the city of Casper admitted to any wrongdoing, saying that they merely settled the case to save the taxpayers' money, avoid the delay and expensive trial, and prevent future litigation. Advances in technology have developed at a rapid rate over the last few years, but not so much that it gives humans the ability to control the weather. U.S. House Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, however, seemed to suggest that she believes the U.S. government has that capacity. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson spoke to Wyoming meteorologist Don Day, who said humans are a long way from being able to create the sheer energy and scale needed to instantaneously spawn a hurricane or a tornado.
Greene was making these comments in response to the recent hurricane that swept through the southeast of the United States, causing extreme devastation as a result. And she was alluding to the fact that she believes that this was caused by the federal government as a way of influencing the upcoming 2024 presidential election. There's kind of always a grain of salt to almost every conspiracy theory or almost anything you hear. And in this case, the grain of salt is that there are lab experiments and research projects underway seeing how humans can affect the weather and what they can purposely do to cause weather events.
Day said he often gets people on both sides of the aisle reaching out to him to try and push him to push a political narrative within his weather reports. The classification of jackrabbits in Wyoming as predatory animals, the same classification as coyotes and wolves in most of the state, might cause some to do a double take. Don't worry, that doesn't mean there are vicious carnivorous hares lurking in the sagebrush and devastating livestock herds. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the term predatory is essentially a catch-all classification for animals that might become a threat or a nuisance, particularly to agriculture.
They're big, they eat a lot, they like to gobble up a lot of crops, they can procreate prolifically. I talked to some people that said in times past, jackrabbits used to be really bad. Like if you can imagine a swarm of jackrabbits gobbling up your crops. We haven't seen that in recent years, but they remain a predatory animal in Wyoming. And that basically means that they can be shot anywhere, anytime, no license, no bag limit, because they have that potential to just come in and gobble everything up.
To add another layer of complexity, jackrabbits and cottontail rabbits are also classified differently. Jackrabbits are hares, not true rabbits, as cottontails are. And Cowboy State Daily's ever-expanding newsroom includes two new members who are making immediate impacts behind the scenes. Justin George has been named our news editor, coming to us from the Washington Post. Justin, who was nominated for a Pulitzer Prize while working for the Baltimore Sun, says he's glad to be back in the Mountain West where he was born and raised.
It's a completely different perspective. I mean, when you've been covering things like the Baltimore Police Department crime there and the Department of Justice and very serious, sort of weighty matters, it's kind of fun to read stories about wildlife, about grizzlies, about, things like that. I think it's important for journalists to have a different perspective, living in different places and understanding the population so you get a better understanding of America overall.
Cowboy State Daily's new chief videographer is Riley Strand. Besides editing this daily newscast, Riley will be telling stories of Wyoming through the lens of a camera. He says working for Cowboy State Daily offers him exciting opportunities.
So I think what excites me most about working for Cowboy State Daily is, one, just being able to tell visual stories in a state that has kind of an abundance of really great visual stories, and two, being part of an organization, a media organization that's really pushing the limits of what modern journalism looks like, which is really needed right now in places like the state of Wyoming.
And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel. And don't forget to drop in on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake Nichols, Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Thank you, Wendy. Happy Tuesday to you. 9:12 this morning. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Having some fun this morning. We had a news segment that I'm still fleshing out called This Day in Wyoming History. And This Day in Wyoming History, earlier today, I thought it was like kind of a ho-hum day, like, oh, big deal. This dude was born on this day, but hold on now. This dude is pretty important. John Allen Campbell was born on this day, October 8th, back in 1835. Born in Ohio, but as they say, got here as quick as he could. When people ask you, are you from Wyoming? Well, I wasn't born here, but I got here as quick as I could. John Allen Campbell was the first governor of Wyoming. In fact, before Wyoming was a state, Wyoming was a territory. 1869. Here's how it came about. John Campbell was instrumental in the Civil War. He fought for the Union. He fought valiantly. He was a brigadier general, I want to say. What's a brigadier? I don't even know what a brigadier general is. Let's see. He fought for the Union. He was high ranking, so he probably didn't have to get shot at too much. But from that became known by, Washington, D.C. types all the way back in the 1860s. Let me take you back there now. It's 1869, March, and President Andrew Johnson is nearing the end of his term, dealing with a hostile Congress that was, in fact, impeaching him. He failed to win congressional approval for any of his appointees when it came to a new Wyoming government. D.C. was considering Wyoming as a state to join the Union. Andrew Johnson was getting nowhere. He was on the way out anyway. The new president, Ulysses S. Grant, shortly after taking office in March, appointed 4 people to help run the territory, including the very first governor, the aforementioned birthday boy today, Governor John Campbell. John Campbell arrived on May 7th, 1869 to Cheyenne and took a look at his new territory. And as new appointees often do, new governors, he was required to make a speech. Governor Campbell got to Cheyenne, stood up on the platform on the back of the train that brought him and sneezed. And sneezed again, and it was pouring rain, and Governor Campbell didn't feel too good. He had a bad cold. It was awful out. Cheyenne was little more than a, quote, drab, treeless place of shacks and thin board buildings, garbage blowing by, dogs running loose. Kind of like Cheyenne is today. And Campbell said, never mind the speech. He was too sick to respond, and he didn't make a big to-do of arriving in the Wyoming territories, but he would be instrumental in Wyoming becoming a state, and in particular, Wyoming becoming the cowboy state, or the equality state, rather. Let me show you a little bit of this story here from wyohistory.org. It's pretty cool. That's Campbell right there, the corner of your screen, John Campbell. one of the big things John Campbell did was champion women's rights, the women's suffragette movement. He was a big fan. In fact, he signed the original Women's Suffrage Act in 1869 and vetoed an attempted repeal of that act in 1871. Would often give big speeches declaring his fervent support of the movement. And when it came down to brass tacks, when the rubber met the road, is there another metaphor I can throw in there? When it all came down to it, and Wyoming Territory was trying to become Wyoming State, the way it went down, and you can, there's arguments on whether Wyoming truly was interested in women's rights or whether we just wanted to attract more women to a state that had none. We had a bunch of railroad workers, and that was about it. Railroad workers, some miners, some ruffians, some outlaws, but not many women. So we gave them the right to vote. We can debate why and what was the impetus, but the fact is, Governor Campbell, the first governor of Wyoming Territory, when it came to a head and Washington said, we'll let you into the Union if you get rid of this whole women's voting idea. That's a bad idea. And Governor Campbell said, no. You take us with the women or you don't take us at all. And end of story, Wyoming is admitted into the Union as a state, first state to grant women the right to vote. And Governor Campbell, the man who would not back down, was born on this day in 1835. Pretty cool. Way to go, Governor Campbell. And I assume that's where Campbell County is named for, right? Should we check that out? I'll check that out on the interwebs, make sure. Campbell County, Wyoming. It's got to be named for him. Who else? Campbell County, Wyoming. Probably named for Wyoming's first governor, who was a governor when we were just a itty-bitty territory. Yeah. It is true. County seat is Gillette, Campbell County. So what do we got to do in the 9 o'clock hour? We still cannot get Claire into the Zoom room, and I'm not sure what happened there. But I am going to end our Zoom room and close that down. And we are going to talk about the Israeli hostage thing. This is an interesting story from Leo Wolfson. The parent of an Israeli hostage. You remember the whole war that's going on, and it's a conflict, but it's a war against Hamas. Israel versus Hamas. That whole thing started now a year ago, a year and a day back since remember the music festival in Israel? This is how the whole thing started. October 7th, 2023, brutal attacks on Israeli soil by Hamas, who took hostages, killed some people outright, and took hostages of others. One of the people that was taken hostage that was attending this music festival that was overrun is a guy from Cheyenne, I believe is the story. Leo Wolfson, great story. Israeli parent, connections to Wyoming, still praying and hoping for his son, who has been supposedly a Hamas kidnappee this whole time, for over a year now. It's got to be tough. And he's just imploring people to not forget that it's still a thing. There are still, hopefully, hostages being held by Hamas. And they had a recent vigil in Sinai Synagogue in Cheyenne on Monday night, just yesterday, commemorating the 1-year anniversary of the Israeli-Hamas war that began with the invasion of this music festival that this young man was attending. This is the Dalal family, by the way. And it was early morning, October 7th, the music festival called the Supernova. Gunmen attacked, killed hundreds, kidnapped dozens. And one of those kidnapped was this young man who hopefully is still over there. Brother Guy taken hostage. Here's a photo. Let me share this with you on the Leo Wilson story. That's a guy on the right who was taken hostage by Hamas and has not been heard from since. And obviously now Israel at war with Hamas. And how that has implications to Wyoming. It plays back here. Almost everybody. I know someone here locally who knows someone who, 3 degrees of separation, was involved in the music festival and the whole Hamas attack and takeover. And in the time since, it's become super contentious. Who's really at fault? Who should Palestine be its own nation? Should they have their land? We've got American colleges that seem to be very anti-Israeli and pro-Palestine. Even kids that grew up in a privileged world in Southern California attending college who wouldn't know Palestine from Einstein have taken up the Palestine cause, grabbed a sign, and protesting. And a lot of them don't know what they're protesting for or against. But that's a whole nother story. Leo Wilson has that interesting. Parents of an Israeli hostage urging Wyomingites and the rest of the U.S. not to forget that that's still ongoing. And there perhaps are still hostages remaining alive. We earlier this morning pronounced sentence on 2 guys named Stetson. That's what I wanted to talk to Claire about if Claire came on. Claire's not going to pronounce sentence. She's just a straight court and crime reporter. She'll play it right down the line. But Judge Jake, he gives you 1 strike. And this one guy with a middle name Stetson, which is not, as we found out this morning, is not good. John Stetson Bosch, previously convicted of strangling a household member, has now graduated into the big leagues, and he's stabbing, allegedly, household members. So we're suing this as a girlfriend. He choked one out 5 years ago, and now he's stabbing one lately. Big manhunt. I don't know how this guy is able to walk this earth free. I don't know. Plea deals, plea bargains, I guess. I think he's looking at $750,000 bail because, he's a flight risk. He's a threat. If any of this stuff is true, he's a threat to everybody. Certainly to women. All this and more in the Cowboy State Daily. Make sure you subscribe to the newsletter. Don't miss a thing, and pop in frequently. Cowboy State Daily, always updating news, 10, 12 news stories a day. We are the state's news source. You got to get on there, and you got to get in. Hopefully, you're also clued into the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. That's what you're watching right now. And you can watch it on our website, Cowboy State Daily, or if you prefer and you've got another way you would like to work and operate, I like to do YouTube. I like to have YouTube open as if it's, sort of the TV in the background as I do other work on the interwebs. I like to have YouTube open. That's cool. Get your YouTube app. Open that up and go to Cowboy State Daily. You'll see this show live, or you can replay it, run it back on demand whenever you're ready on YouTube, on Vimeo. We're on Facebook Live. We're on X. We're on Twitch. I think we're on those other things. Pretty soon we're just going to be everywhere all the time. That's the plan. That's the game plan. Don Day's weather forecast. Let's dig in. He said maybe some shower activity, but for the most part, it's
Welcome to Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. Your podcast this morning is dedicated to the late, great Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Why? Because this song, one of his songs, came to mind this morning, and that is the song called The Waiting. And the waiting is the hardest part, is the tagline of that song, and that's more waiting. Hurry up and wait, as they say, for the weather pattern to change. But we did see, finally, the Aurora Borealis make a better showing. Now, it's been out, but it really made a good showing last night, as you can see in the photo there, and other photos you'll see here in a moment. But the dry, warm weather continues. We'll have some breezy areas, but as we mentioned yesterday, we're not anticipating a lot of wind in this pattern. Now, there is a patch of moisture drifting through today and tomorrow that's going to be just enough for a few areas to see a weak opportunity for showers. Key word there is weak, so there's more waiting. So the Aurora did come out, and it did get farther south, and I'm sure we'll see some other photos coming on in, as the geomagnetic storm, which we thought was going to come in the 5th and 6th, really came more towards the 6th and 7th, about a day late. As we have mentioned before, Aurora forecasting is fickle, difficult, and this past few days has been a good example. But it did come out, and we did get some good showings across the northern hemisphere. The K-index finally really jumped up during the day yesterday and last night. So maybe we'll see what happens tonight. When we take a look at satellite imagery, not only in the west, but look, if you look across a lot of the nation, there is just nothing going on. But I want you to look real carefully right here over the Great Basin. See this little area of cloudiness? There's a little patch of mid-level moisture that's going to drift through today, tonight, and into Wednesday. It's just a little layer of extra moisture in the atmosphere that we haven't seen in a while. It's part of the upper low that came off the west coast. It's not very impressive, and I wouldn't even mention it for the fact that we just haven't had anything to talk about. And it's part of this little ripple in the atmosphere right here. But you see high pressure still dominating. There's Milton. And when you take a look at Milton, there it is, looking very impressive, getting better organized on the satellite imagery. And this is the path it's going to take. You've probably heard in the news that it's reached Category 5. There's a little bit of good news about it making Category 5 now, because it is going to go through its process, its cycle, so to speak. So by the time it gets to the Florida coast, we're hoping that it'll be somewhat weaker. It's still going to be a major hurricane. When we see the wind and the rain path, you can see very, very heavy rain along it, really focusing near that Tampa Bay area. But we talked about it maybe reaching its peak before it gets to Florida. As you can see, these are the wind gusts. You can see as it just churns along in the open waters, they're very strong. As it goes over land, it does weaken before picking up again as it goes off the peninsula. So we'll keep an eye on that. Luckily, it's not going to be impacting the Carolinas, maybe getting southern areas of Georgia. So this is where we are now, more of the same. And this is that little patch of moisture we talked about. I haven't shown you this graphic in a long time. This is where we may have a little bit of thunderstorm activity today. Of course, you really don't want it because this tends to be the type of thunderstorm activity that's lightning starters. But there's a little bit of instability in this area right here that may produce virga, some sprinkles, an isolated thunderstorm. And when we take a look at the precipitation forecast between now and Friday, you can see along the path of that disturbance, there may be a few light showers. Nothing to write home about. Mostly just factor. This is through Friday. These are the peak wind gusts between now and Friday. So you can see along the lee side of the mountains near Cody, there's going to be a little bit of wind here. Nothing like what we saw over the weekend, though. And you can see a lot of 20s, some 30s. That's it. And for the west, that's really not all that bad. So we will have some breeziness, but we don't see the winds getting too crazy. By the weekend, it's more of the same. But we're starting to see, we've got this little low here. We're seeing a deeper trough forming in the northern Great Lakes. We'll talk about this here in a minute. That's going to send some colder air south. So things are starting to change a little bit over the weekend in terms of the pattern, but we still got that big low there up in the Gulf of Alaska near the Aleutians, where it's been for weeks. When we look at temperatures, though, we talked about some colder air spilling into the Great Lakes. So by Monday, just out into the plains, we are going to see colder than average temperatures spill in. So temperatures are going to get colder, basically east of the Rockies. But notice the heat and the dryness will continue along and west of the divide. But a little bit of a change for the plains. Early next week, some colder air spills on in. Longer term, again, we're just going to have to show you maps that go out pretty far to see any big changes. But we're seeing, this is from the European Artificial Intelligence model of a high building in the eastern Pacific, the low not in the Gulf of Alaska anymore, but further back to the north and west. So this configuration of the jet stream will lead to some colder, more unsettled weather and hopefully some moisture by then. We keep talking about the 18th or after the 18th, and that's still on target this morning. Have yourself a great Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
Don Day dedicating his weather forecast to Tom Petty because we're all waiting on the weather. Virga, by the way, is rain that never hits the ground. Just want to jump in on that and clue you in. Waiting, speaking of waiting in the Zoom room, is our main man, Jimmy Orr. He's going to talk about the newest Cowboy State Daily editions. Jimmy, I muted you because you were making noise in the background, so unmute. And I'm trying to get his side by side, but I haven't been able to figure that out. But we're getting there. What's happening? I love Justin George, former Baltimore Sun scribe. And we talked earlier this morning about how Baltimore is like crimey as all get out. I didn't realize one of the top 15 most criminal cities in the world. So Justin's going from covering a lot of crime to covering a lot of wildlife.
Yeah, we're thrilled to announce two new members to our Cowboy State Daily newsroom. One is Justin George. Justin's last job was at the Washington Post. He was there for a little more than 5 years. He's originally from the Rocky Mountain West, originally from Colorado, and also spent, I think, 7 years at the Baltimore Sun covering crime. And he was actually part of the team that had a Pulitzer nomination. I think I'm trying to remember the year 2016, I believe. But to have Justin on our staff, the guy's been in journalism for 25 years, and that just adds to we're the most experienced staff in Wyoming by far. We've got people. Our reporters have 40 plus, 30 plus, 20 plus years of experience. And just to have this group of people who have so much experience in our newsroom as professional journalists, we're really fortunate. And Justin is the latest 24, 25 years of experience, worked at the Washington Post, Baltimore Sun, I think the Tampa, and quality control. And so we've entered a new phase here at Cowboy State Daily where we're still going 180 miles an hour, but we have people that can help us with the overall product, and that's what Justin is doing. And he's freelance for us. So
yeah, and
that's how we started out the relationship with him. And normally, Jake, last year, we sent you to Sturgis to cover the annual rally. And this year, we sent Justin there. Justin had never been there before. And he spent 5 days in Sturgis and brought back his fantastic stories. He is a very talented writer. And, as you are, we love sending you out to do these stories, but you're kind of doing another thing now.
And firsthand, I can tell you that Justin George, in just the few occasions I've had to collaborate with him as editor, me as writer, he's made me a better writer. I love the way he edits my copy. He's legit. He's fantastic. And I love to watch now him put new eyes on Wyoming, this state. He sees the state just differently than we do who've been here. He's unique perspective from Justin.
Yeah, he's a real pro. And what we were just at our news meeting that you can't attend anymore unless you played an extended version of. I remember, I was in radio 100 years ago, and the joke was when you needed to go to the bathroom, you either played Freebird Live, because that was a 15-minute version, or Kashmir. Stairway to Heaven.
Stairway to Heaven. You could do Pink Floyd album side. Yeah.
In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida worked. But I worked at the station, Jake. I worked at KAZY in Denver. Denver's home of rock and roll. And this was back in the vinyl days. And so there was a section that had a little cutout of a toilet on it. And so if you needed to make a run, you put that on.
Yeah.
And I remember In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida was on there, and Freebird, the live version of Freebird. And so anyway, I don't know why we got there. But, you could do that and then join our meeting again.
Yeah.
But in the meeting this morning, and we have a news meeting every morning at 8:30, we talked about Justin's role. And part of that was story development and reporter development, which is really important to not only have your stories edited, to have two sets of eyes now on our stories, but for also someone to say during the pitch process, have you thought about this angle? And can you get this angle? And, constructive help on a story, because we all see things differently. And so that's where Justin is weighing in. And we're just just thrilled to have him.
Yeah. And, you just mentioned something that we should probably go back and flesh out just a little bit because I've had people ask me, oh, you work for Cowboy State Daily. Where are they? And I say everywhere. But I guess official headquarters in Cheyenne. But these daily morning editorial meetings go back to how newspapers have always run. And that's because they're very important that our reporters around the state get together and collaborate and share pitch ideas, because we all make each other stronger. Iron sharpens iron or whatever the saying is. But we still do that every morning. And it's so useful, that half hour.
Yeah. What we have is, Zoom really precipitated everyone's being comfortable with going on camera. And so we have a gigantic Brady Bunch screen that can be over 15 people. And then we've got the staff here in Cheyenne. But, we've got Jen Coker up in Gillette. We've got Claire McFarland in Riverton. We've got you in Teton County. We've got a new freelancer in the Rock Springs area, Tracy. We've got, of course, Leo's here. Our new hire, Riley Strand, is here in Cheyenne. Greg and I are in Cheyenne. We've got a whole mess of people up in Casper, including Dale Killingbeck, who's a great writer for us. Who am I leaving? I'm leaving people out, of course. I'm just trying to place around the state where they are. And we're always looking for new people, right? And so we would love to have a reporter in every single part of the state. You know, we've got Wendy up in Cody. She's a little outside of Cody now. She lives in a barn outside of Lovell or Powell. She lives in a barn.
Yeah.
What they did is they completely redid a barn. And we've got Andrew in Cody. So anyway, we've got people all over. We've got Jackie. Jackie is a great hire, and she's in Thermopolis. We're so thrilled to have Jackie. We brought her on a couple months ago, and she's very talented. Renee is funny in that Renee is technically in Cheyenne, but she's never in Cheyenne.
She has no home.
All she does is travel the state.
Yeah.
And so Renee is up in Sheridan right now, but we've taken the On the Road with Renee thing that we came up with more than a year ago. We've taken it seriously. She's on the road all the time. Anyway, so, but I want to get to the other hire.
Yeah,
We also hired Riley Strand.
Yeah, this guy brings the energy. I love Riley.
Riley is a really talented videographer, and he is he edits the morning news with Wendy Core every morning, but he goes far beyond that. We've seen a couple long video pieces he's done. Little Siberia, you know, the one-room schoolhouse 2 hours north of Sheridan in the middle of nowhere. We can say that about a lot of areas of the state. As a Wyoming native, I could attest that there are a lot of areas in the middle of nowhere. This one qualifies, but Riley did such a fantastic job with putting this video together. And who would have known, Jake, that Mark, who is based in Laramie, was so good on camera. He's good on camera.
He's really good. He's really good. Riley helped him be good. And I love the way Riley started that whole video story, that video journal. When you talk about middle of nowhere, Wyoming, that needs a visual. And that was the drone shot showing you from way back here. It showed you where Little Siberia was. I mean, just genius how Riley thinks these things out and then brings them to the lens. Perfect.
So we sent him up to the pumpkin drop, the Wyoming State Pumpkin Growing Championship. And it's something that Cowboy State Daily sponsors. And as we talked about in this morning's meeting, that's real Americana right there. I mean, it's a community thing that, and you've talked to Jay Richard, you've talked to Riley, we've done that story. But it's an important story because it shows how this community gets together every year and brings in thousands of people. It's thousands plural now. It's a big deal and people love it. You know, you weigh your giant pumpkin and then Jay hoists them up on the crane and drops them 200 feet and they explode. It's fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Riley turned around this 5-minute video, which is just so entertaining. And you see Riley, and Riley is a younger member of our staff. We go all the way from Riley up to Bill. We have a huge range of 50-year plus range of people. Anyway, so Riley brings a lot of energy to our staff, and he's very talented. He just was out in Rock Springs for a couple days, and we will have a video from him. I'm not gonna talk about it. We're just going to see it when it gets here. It's very good.
Okay.
And speaking of, hey, can I also bring up Bill, because he's on the upper end of the age scale, and we don't see age, of course, but Bill was just. And have you talked to Bill about this yet? The award that he received?
I have not. I have to get with Bill Sniffen. We're talking about Bill. Yep. Everybody knows Bill.
So Bill Sniffen, who has been a newspaper man in Wyoming for 50 plus years, and the only one that rivals him is Joanne Barron, our columnist, who has covered politics in Wyoming for 50 plus years. Joanne is 95, sharp as a tack. She's an unbelievable resource. And of course, she works for Cowboy State Daily. But Bill has been in Wyoming newspaper since I think 1970. And he just won the highest honor you can win in newspaper journalism for the Lifetime Achievement Award. And he just won that at the national convention. This year was held in Omaha, and he just took home the Lifetime Achievement Award. They only give one out a year, and good for Bill. And to have, Bill has been associated with Cowboy State Daily almost since the beginning. And just to have Bill be a part of us, he's been fantastic. So it's another thing about, we bring all these great people together in this news organization we call Cowboy State Daily. And what a great group of people we have.
Yeah, we have a great group, and we don't rest on those laurels, always looking to get bigger and better. With these two new hires, we got better with Justin George. He's making us all better. And we got bigger with Riley Strand, who's expanding what we can do at Cowboy State Daily. We're not just written words and photographs. We're now video, and we're going. We're going for it, man. Yeah, now we're radio, yeah.
And we have a new hire that we will announce next week that we're really excited about, too. So I'll come back on and we'll talk about this new hire, another blue chipper. So we've got a lot of great people. And what I'm trying to do, Jake, is, Claire was getting her car fixed this morning. So I said, so call Jake. It's a perfect time, because what I told her what Jake can do is don't drive and be on video, but Jake will put your headshot up. And so we're still figuring out how to get everybody on your show.
Yeah. And I need to test out more of the studio line because I'm not 100% confident on it, but I'm 80% confident.
When are we going to have, when is it going to be a call-in show?
Anytime people want to participate and do their share. I can't call you.
What's the number?
Yeah, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Join the conversation.
Have you been promoting it yet?
I've been hitting it.
Good.
People's is scared of me, I think.
Well, what is today? Today is day 6 of your show, right?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, well, yeah. I mean, we started a week ago. This is our second Tuesday. Yeah, so we're starting to lap the days. Our second Tuesday we're on. Cool.
Yeah. So people are just getting used to us.
Yeah.
You're not going anywhere.
Right.
So
I hope not. Yeah, it's been fun. Cool.
We've got so anyway, I'm just wanted to talk about our new members of the staff, and part of the rule is if you work for Cowboy State Daily, you have to go on with Jake.
Yeah.
So let's get Justin on.
Yeah. Justin will be really good. Tomorrow, let's make it a date with Justin George.
Great.
New hire. All right. I love it. Thanks, Jimmy.
All right. Thanks, Jake.
Jimmy Orr, Cowboy State Daily, playing the part of the GM of Cowboy State Daily, where he's sort of, he's getting involved in the draft. He's making new deals and just assembling an all-star team by any means necessary. Some trades, some waiver wire pickups, and drafting high. He's really assembled a press room that is elite. I mean, it's next level stuff, Cowboy State Daily, and it's how we deliver you the news you expect. I mean, we know your expectations are high. It's the reason why we got now 145,000 Facebook. I mean, we are. Come on, any day now, we're going to be 150K Facebook followers. We're just growing and growing and growing. We are now already, by the numbers and analytics, the state leader in news delivery. We've become your source of state news. And not only bringing you the news, but expanding on that every morning with the talk show and talking about the news. What does the news mean to you? What do you think about that? What do you think about what you read yesterday and today? That's what we're doing on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. We're just talking about the news. People love to talk about the news. We do too. And we love to hear what you have to say. Not now, though, because it's too late but in the morning for me to jump on a call. But, yeah, we do have the call-in show component. We got a studio line now. And as I said before, we work so hard sweating and shelling out money and figuring out AT&T. We work so hard to get that studio line that we better make use of it. We had some fantastic stories this morning, Cowboy State Daily. We learned a lot today, and we'll do it again tomorrow, Wednesday, hump day. But it's been fun. We'll take one quick break and wrap things up for you on this Tuesday, October 8th, right after this. Tuesday morning as we're back in studio and just recapping on the fires. The latest from Bridger Teton National Forest regarding the Pack Trail fire. You're looking at 60,000 acres, a little over that, give or take. Total personnel committed to this fire, 563. They are showing 60% containment and a little bit of growth to the southeast, which would move the fire towards the upper Grovant area, but thankfully would also move the fire into a previous burn scar, the Purdy fire. For those of you who remember back, and I remember that fire, that was a nasty one. The Purdy fire got going in the Grovant and made its way towards DuBois, and this fire had DuBois in its path and was shut down back then. So this previous burn is going to slow things down, hopefully, for the Pack Trail fire, which is trying to creep southward and a little eastward in the upper Grovant. You still have closures in place, evacuation orders for Goosewing Ranch, which I know well, or they're actually on a set evacuation warning, level 2. Hopefully it doesn't get that far. Goosewing, Gunsight Ranch in there. I've been on Gunsight Pass in the upper Grovant where this fire is headed. Beautiful area, really rugged and pretty darn remote. It takes an hour and a half bumpy ride in a pickup truck to even get there. Before then you get out and there's a place called Gunsight Pass where I had the trifecta one day of hiking. I saw a wolf, I saw a bear, and I saw elk. It was pretty cool, elk calling to each other. But I saw like a whole mess of it, and I saw this big, big, big black bear. Thank goodness I saw her before she saw me. That was a great day. There were a lot of wild animals in there. Gunsight Pass, Elk Track Ranch, Goose Wing Ranch. You're all on level 2 set evacuation orders just in case the Pack Trail fire cannot be contained. But they're throwing everything they got at it. 60,000 plus acres, 563 people on that, and this is an update within the last half hour. So seeing photos, good stuff. Just the grunts out there working. You know, it's the guys on the ground, the boots on the ground, those ground crews that just clear brush, clear area. They're the unsung heroes. We all see the helicopter water drops, the bucket drops. We all see the slurry and the super scoopers, the aerial assault. But these guys on the ground are the ones that make it happen. They turn the tide. The Elk Fire also right now looks like firefighters will be able to gain the upper hand a little bit after a real windy weekend last weekend. Some progress being made on the Elk Fire. Those are the two big fires burning in Wyoming, and almost equal in size and equal in what they're doing, which is threatening some historic ranches and just gobbling up a lot of acreage. Stuff that probably needs to burn if the forest is going to purge itself, but still you worry about the smoke it's throwing up, the air quality, and then some historic, the Eaton Ranch, up there in the Bighorns, Brooks Lake Lodge on Togety Pass. I mean, these are places that have so much significance beyond, you know, just the brick and mortar and wood. A lot of memories in these places. So, you know, safety to the firefighters, and a big thank you from all of us in Wyoming for your efforts out there. So that'll do it for us, wrapping up a Tuesday. Thanks so much for joining. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. We'll see you again tomorrow, 6 to 10, right here.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State.